Patrol came in and I was notified by dispatch to respond out to the Jones fire. Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags, we would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated.
You look out my back window here on the east side and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock, and at the same time it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do, and the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness, they have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
We've created this network and we want you to make sure that you know that you can tap into that. So if you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, not sure where to start, reach out to one of our offices, reach out to the Fire Safe Council or 211. We're here to support you.
From the foothills of the Sierra Nevada, a new hero will emerge. One who is ready. One who makes sure their friends and family are set. And has the power to go at a moment's notice. this fire season.
Call this meeting of the Board of Supervisors, a regular meeting of April 18th, 2023. Happy birthday, Bob Hook. If you would join me, please, in the Pledge of Allegiance to our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, are there any corrections or deletions to the agenda?
None that I'm aware of, Chair Schofield.
Very good. Then at this time, we'll go right into our public comment. Members of the public shall be allowed to address the Board of Supervisors on items not appearing on the agenda that are of interest to the public and are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board. You will have 3 minutes, and if you'll line up, and you obviously have done this before, and give us your name and district, although that's not required, we appreciate it.
Good morning, everybody, and everybody here. My name is Barbara Ravines, and I live at 108 Bridger Court in Grass Valley, and I have lived in the county about 26 years now. It's hard to believe. I'm here on behalf of the Community Environmental Advocates Foundation Board of Directors and the Sierra Nevada group Sierra Club. These are just 2 of the 26 members of the Mine Watch Coalition organization of organizations that have signed a letter for the denial of the Idaho-Maryland mine project. Among the local, state, and national groups are the just added Truckee-based Mountain Area Preservation Group, Nevada County Rancheria Nisenan Tribe, Circle, Center for Biological Diversity, Nevada County Sunrise Movement, several neighborhood associations, Friends of Banner Mountain, and the Brunswick Homeowners Association, Sierra Watch, the Sierra Fund, Sierra Streams, Patagonia, American Rivers, CNPS, and 11 other illustrious groups from around California. Coalition members span a wide range of organizations and expertise. Mine Watch has worked diligently over the last 3 years to produce an accurate and detailed analysis of the project for the community and the county. This analysis has led all to the same concerns and conclusions that the final EIR has completely failed to adequately assess and mitigate the impacts of the proposed mine and is viewed as a significant threat to our community. The coalition is calling for the Nevada County Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors to avoid prolonging the battle over the mine, asking the county to deny approval of the mine and not certify the EIR. The letter states, quote, "We believe that continuing to process the EIR will cost the county staff and the community a loss of time and energy," unquote. They conclude that, quote, "reopening the Idaho-Maryland mine is not supported by a majority of Nevada County constituents. Nevada County is no longer a resource extraction county. We have shifted onto the new 21st century green economy, and our residents support that shift. And are a few jobs and uncertain tax revenues worth the risk?" Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Barbara.
Good morning. My name's Christy Hubbard. I live at 12966 Mink Court in District 3. I'm a spokesperson for the Wells Coalition, a group of well owners near the Idaho-Maryland mine. You might recall that several of us shared our concerns with you during public comment on December 13th. This was just a few days before the final EIR was released. All the arguments we shared with you then are still valid, but there's more to say now. Today, we're here to formally ask you to reject the FEIR and vote no on the project. Huge risks are not being addressed, posing a very real threat to our local groundwater and property values. The final EIR asserts that strong mitigations and/or financial assurances are, quote unquote, not necessary because no significant impact to domestic water wells are predicted. But a prediction is only an educated guess, not a certainty. And in this case, it's based on an analysis that has serious flaws. The stakes are just too high to get this wrong. The county's economic impact report revealed that this mine proposal is unprecedented in its proximity to so many homes. Pumping over 1 million gallons a day from an area with hundreds of wells is a huge risk. If predictions are wrong, it could cost the county, NID, and individual homeowners tens of millions of dollars and years or decades to connect a permanent water supply to each property. Claiming no significant impact defies both science and common sense. In draft EIR comments, multiple hydrology experts confirmed that groundwater models in fractured bedrock like ours cannot deliver 100% certainty. They also revealed numerous defects in the groundwater model. The final EIR dismissed these concerns, but then, in contradictory fashion, agreed that more data is needed to validate the models. Without current well monitoring data, the FEIR's threshold of significance is invalid. The FEIR lacks current well performance baseline data and is inadequate under CEQA. The FEIR relies only on sparse patches of data from 15 years ago. Baseline data is needed to assess potential impacts to groundwater and well owners prior to determining mitigations. It's also the linchpin in determining what threshold should be used to determine that measure of significance. The FEIR sets that threshold at a 10% drawdown in water level, but legal experts call that number arbitrary and invalid. The FEIR's addition of a domestic well monitoring program for 378 properties is a feeble attempt to address the issue, but it's too little, too late, too short, and it's not even a mitigation. We'll be leaving you with a preview copy of our full group letter, plus a 2-page handout called Understanding the Gaps that says a whole lot more about this. That letter does include citations. My neighbor, Gary, will continue our thoughts.
Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Gary Perazzi, and I live in District 3 at 13997 Emerald Court. I'm also a member of the Wells Coalition, and I'm going to pick up where Christy left off. The final EIR states that the applicant is in compliance with the county general plan requirement that, quote, provides for protection of domestic water wells for potential mining impacts and guarantees a comparable supply of water to such homes or businesses, end quote. But the FEIR does not demonstrate or even discuss how or if the applicant can meet the county requirements. Other than the proposed 30 NID well connections along East Bennett Road, there is no mitigation plan in the FEIR for connecting impacted wells to NID water service. That means no additional wells identified as needing mitigation, no water supply assessment, no infrastructure design plans, no permitting, acquire an easement or rights of ways, no timetable. But most importantly, no financial assurances for design, construction, or bringing service to impacted well owners. NID has asked for a $14 million bond, but the FEIR dismisses the request, stating, quote, the bond for construction of water supply infrastructure in this area is not necessary, end quote. This is a recipe for disaster. Today's NID project take many years to complete, but a failure in this project could create a large-scale crisis for NID, the county, and especially homeowners. People will scream, "Where's my water?" And a property with no permanent water supply is worthless. The FEIR is also striking in its absence of accountability. It describes steps for fixing wells or providing temporary water, but all decisions are left solely up to the mine operator, who would take action only if the 15 monitoring wells in the official groundwater monitoring plan flag an impact. This is especially concerning because of the complexity of the fractured bedrock, bedrock geology in the area, which may mask impacts. With the impact threshold arbitrarily set at 10% drawdown, the homeowners with marginal wells will lose their water well before they get a call from the mine operator. What's missing is a separate oversight committee or commission authorized to make decisions. They would make determinations of impact to well owners, resolve disputes, provide professional analysis and reporting data regarding the monitoring, assure timely execution of mitigations, and administer fines or corrective notices. The bottom line is that well owners are being told to trust that nothing will go wrong with their water supply for 80 years based on assumptions and speculations. The Wells Coalition is asking
Thank you,
that
Gary.
the
Your
county
3 minutes are up.
reject.
Thank you very much.
Oops. I'm public. Good morning. My name is John Vaughn, District 3. Rise Gold published a February 2023 version of their employment details marketing document. This version shows higher wages than the 2021 version for almost every job category. Oddly, the February 23 version shows managers and supervisors will make much less than the people that report to them. The summary does not foot and does not match the details. The discrepancies occur frequently in RISE data, but I'll review that some other time. Keep in mind the jobs are years away. Construction will take 3 to 4 years. That's best case based on RISE estimates, and may take 6 to 10 years based on industry averages. The document also states, quote, approximately 99 workers would be recruited from outside the local area, end quote. And, quote, the core of the underground mining workforce requires skilled workers with a minimum of 4 years experience, end quote. Those 99 employees will be hired first after construction. There's no need for new untrained employees until when and if the experienced people prove there is enough gold to justify more hiring. Think about the impact on local businesses. Generally speaking, higher wages are good, but the RISE data is dramatically higher than local businesses currently pay. How many employees will move to these higher paying jobs? How long will it take to replace them? How much will employers have to pay to keep existing employees and hire new ones? Your RDN economic report states, quote, introducing additional high-paying jobs would likely make it harder for local businesses to meet their hiring needs, end quote. But the most important part of the RISE February 23 document is that footnotes to a report from the World Gold Council, a mining industry group that claims to be the global experts on gold. The footnoted report includes the following analysis. Quote, higher wages due to the presence of a mine can lead to price inflation for housing, food, and essential services in the mine's vicinity, leaving workers and households who are not part of the supply chain with lower purchasing power, end quote. In addition to the many serious environmental consequences, virtually every one of us will feel the negative economic impact in their personal and business pocketbooks for 80 years. I respectfully request you just say no to the final EIR and the RISE proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Thank you, John.
Yes, my name is Rick Frederking, and I live on Durborough Road in Grass Valley. And I'm here to talk about the road charge program that will be on the program today. And
Well, we'll deal with that when it is the agenda item comes up. So thank
not
you.
at this time?
No, not at this time.
Okay, would that be next week? Or
No. It'll be later on in this
But the
agenda.
public comment, when will that be?
It will be part of that agenda item.
Okay, thank
Yeah.
you.
Good morning. My name is John R. Davidson. I am an IHSS provider in Nevada County and a proud member of the United Domestic Workers Union. My client's name is Mary. She has major neurocognitive disorder with aphasia, which is the inability to find words. She also has markers for Alzheimer's and is a long-term diabetic. So part of my care is to do finger sticks twice a day, monitor glucose, and inject insulin once a day. Mary was a hairstylist of great skill for 57 years, and during that time she became a licensed hypnotherapist, a licensed massage therapist, a certified interior designer. She worked at she played, and as hard as she worked, as a very proficient tennis player and a golfer. Mary's not often in touch with how much she's lost. I help her with all her ADLs, or activities of daily living. I hold a power of attorney and for all things financial and medical, take care of her bills and her banking. And more than this mundane work, my job as a caregiver is to bring her to joy. As an IHSS provider, I ensure that my client has the best possible quality of care with the resources we can round up. With Mary's illnesses, she likely one day will enter a long-term care home. And at that time, I will be a provider for other members of our community here in Nevada County, as I will continue to do this work. IHSS caregivers in this county make only $16 an hour, and our contract expired on December 31st, 2022. Now is the time for the county to step up and pay providers a dignified wage. Our low wages and the continuous increase in the cost of living in Nevada County make it harder and harder to make ends meet for myself and my family. Every time we go to the grocery store, gas station, it's become tougher and tougher, and we pinch expenses everywhere we can. IHSS providers care for people in their homes so they can live in comfort and dignity, but we also need the dignity of earning a wage for the critical work we provide to the community. And we look forward to working with the board to make this happen. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, John.
Good morning, Chair and board members. My name is Kay Myers, and I am also an IHSS provider in Nevada County and a proud member of my union, United Domestic Workers. I've been working in the IHSS program for less than a year, and I have 3 clients. I clean for them, take them for groceries, and most importantly, I get them to their doctor appointments. I have one client who can barely walk. She doesn't want to give up her independence. She has no family, and a lot of what I do is just sit and talk with her. I do clean her house, I help her with her garbage, and I really enjoy, most of all, getting to know her. She's had a rough life. I have another client who didn't have such a rough life. She got to travel everywhere, but now she is an amputee and is in a wheelchair and needs some care. So I take her shopping out in the community, which wouldn't happen if she had to go into a home. I just know that this could happen to anybody, anybody. The reason I chose to work the IHSS program was because I began caring for my parents in their last days. I wanted to do something that was rewarding and contributed to the community. After my parents passed away, I knew this was the work I wanted to do. It's a great way for me to contribute to our community, and I know there's such a huge need for this life-saving care in Nevada County. We are essential parts of this community. When I first signed up to work as a caregiver through IHSS, I too became sick. At that time, I probably got 15 calls from people needing care. We have risked our lives and those of our families during this pandemic to provide invaluable care to our community's most vulnerable. As essential workers, we need pay and benefits that accurately reflect the incredible impact we continue to make in our communities. The need for our work is growing, and we hope that you can begin to plan for the future of long-term care in our county, with IHSS as a cornerstone. Together, we can create a plan that meets the care needs of our county's elderly and disabled for generations to come. But that can only happen if caregivers can secure their family's financial well-being and future. At this time, I can't even find a home that I can afford to live in. My car is about ready to break, and I don't have the money to get it fixed, and that's what I use to take my clients to the grocery store and to their doctor appointments. The IHSS program saves money, saves lives, and makes our communities stronger and healthier. Please keep in mind that we are essential
you, Kay.
workers, and we negotiate a new contract.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors, and it's nice to see you again, Supervisor Schofield. My name is Jean. I live in District 2. The residents on Meyer Ravine Road are extremely concerned with the permit 224706 for a commercial grow in our neighborhood, located at 22309 Meyer Ravine. There are significant deficiencies in infrastructure along Meyer Ravine Road that make a commercial use incompatible with existing residential and agricultural uses. The road is a dead-end, narrow, and unevenly paved county road which handles existing light traffic. It is unsuitable for planned uses for commercial processing of cannabis. The proposal is for a 5,000 square foot commercial building and 3,000 square foot greenhouses. The road does not have a secondary fire access within the required half mile of a main county road. Such development for commercial purposes or any intensive land use will require 2 entries, exits for fire access. The current road does not meet county's road standards for fire trucks and other heavy equipment. The road is subject to a road fee. The fee is insufficient to handle the repairs and maintenance expected with a large-scale commercial cannabis growing business. Land use incompatibility with residential and light agricultural uses is undesirable, including increased traffic, noise, lighting at night, and odors from harvesting and processing cannabis. More information is needed from the county and the board as to how we can petition to be an exclusionary zone, as mentioned in the Union newspaper article on January 12th with the excerpt. Exclusionary zones could include private communities and other areas where neighbors do not want the industry. I thank you all for your time to hear our concerns and the key points that I have brought to your attention. Let's nip this in the bud and say no to this commercial grow. Thank you.
Thank you, Jean.
Hi, good morning. My name is Autumn Yoder. I live in District 2. I'm here because of the building permit submitted for structures totaling 9,288 square feet of a commercial marijuana grow on property adjacent to my home where my husband and I live with our 2 daughters and our animals. We received a letter from this new homeowner who bought the property adjacent to ours saying he planned to build a vacation home on this land where he and his family could enjoy holidays and long weekends. But it has come to light that this intent is to build a large commercial marijuana grow facility in our residential neighborhood on Meyer Ravine Road. As a mother of 2 daughters, I have many concerns. Water is a huge concern with adverse impacts on the commercial marijuana farm would have on local aquifer. It is the primary source, if this is the primary source of irrigation for the marijuana farm, groundwater is already scarce in this area. There are some wells in the area that have gone dry. Pulling more groundwater for the benefit of a marijuana grow puts families and local livestock farmers at risk. If they intend to improve import water via the use of trucks, then that adverse impact will be increased traffic and safety concerns on Meyer Ravine Road. Residents and heavy trucks will destroy our private road. Meyer Ravine Road is a one-lane private road that is not designed to support commercial operations. It is narrow with trucks turning constraints. The increased traffic from trucks during construction and the facility's employees will cause long delays for residents making their way in and out from their homes. Meyer Ravine Road has also significant pedestrian use, and the increased traffic to support commercial marijuana farm will put more people at risk. It was stated if the exception was not granted for non-compliant roadway geometry, then the county would support condemnation of the application was approved. The mere principle of property being taken from private resident to allow a pot farm is disheartening in so many ways. If the exception is granted for a narrow road and sharp curves, it is also disheartening that the residents of Meyer Ravine that were denied building permits for a granny flat because of said issue, so pot farming can be important. So pot farming is more important to Nevada County than providing housing for relatives. There are also environmental impacts that affect our neighborhood. It is a known fact that marijuana farms emit potent, volatile, strong odors and can be pungent and even sewer-like. There are many examples of commercial grows causing significant air pollution that alters adjacent properties like mine would have, owners of this property and our quality of life. A residential neighborhood is no place for a commercial pot grow, and it will surely drive down home values. It will simply not be safe for my children to play.
Thank you, Donna. Thank you very much.
It's Autumn Yoder.
Autumn, I'm
Yes.
sorry.
The negative
Thank you,
impact.
Autumn. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Donna Weger, and I live at 23385 Meyer Ravine Road. I've lived there for 40 years, or more than 40 years, even before electricity was there. I want to express, my husband and I would like to express our strong opposition to the county approving the commercial marijuana grow permit 224706 for 22309 Meyer Ravine Road for several reasons. Meyer Ravine Road is off of Garden Bar Road, and Garden Bar is a dead-end road. If there is an emergency, there is going to be major concerns during an evacuation. Meyer Ravine Road is a privately maintained, one-lane, dead-end. I live at that dead end in a small family farm community and should not be subject to the negative impact a commercial industry will bring to the community residents. Many families residing on the road want it to stay that way, one lane, dead-end road, so we can peacefully and safely walk, ride, drive, and enjoy the quality of life that we have living on our road. Granting this permit will seriously impact our private wells and especially our fire safety, not to mention the long-lasting offensive odors that will result from the industry proposed. In addition, the traffic resulting from employees, deliveries, and customers will have an overwhelming negative impact on our road and its residents' present quality of life. It will be serious major concern if there is a fire there, because residents will not be able to get out. Permitting this industry on our one-lane road would lead to possible condemnation of private property and also negatively impact the property values in the community. We feel safe and secure residing on our private road, but granting a permit of this type of industry will destroy that security. There are no positives afforded the current and future residents on Meyer Ravine Road by granting proposed permit number 224706 for a commercial marijuana grow. But as you can see, there are numerous negatives. And doesn't Nevada County have enough commercial marijuana grows in the county already? Please do not grant this permit. Thank you.
Thank you, Donna.
Good morning. I'm Laura Barheit, 23029 Meyer Ravine Road. And I didn't bring any formal statements today. I just wanted to tell you I've been following this. I attended all of the CAG meetings and felt at the time that agriculture was kind of left out of the mix. I'm a member of the Ag Commission, and we were not called on to give our opinion on any of this. And as it turns out, it was the zoning for the cannabis ended up being in agricultural zoning, which causes a problem that I think the Meyer Ravine Road neighborhood is showing, that many of these parcels were subdivided in the 60s into smaller pieces. At that time, it was definitely agricultural land. Right now on our road, there are not very many commercial agricultural operations anymore. Everybody that lives there has a parcel. They maybe have their livestock for their own use, but it's not a commercial area any longer. This is a neighborhood, no different than an RA zoning neighborhood. It just happens to be ag zoning. So this really impacts neighborhoods that were established as a neighborhood with, smaller acreages, housing close together, and there will be several houses very close to this grow that will be impacted. So I just wanted to share that with you. I think that the ordinance still needs to be looked at and some discussion had about, even though it's agricultural zoning, we need to have a mechanism for those parcels that were subdivided long ago and into a neighborhood that is not commercial any longer. I'm one of the commercial agricultural producers. There's another large cattle operation on the road, but other than that, it is small parcels. So please take that into consideration, along with everything the neighbors said. I've been working on that road I've been there longer than anybody, and it has been a challenge trying to move it from a farm road to a small paved road with, collecting fees, because we're not a homeowners association. So thank you very much for your time and consideration, and please call on me if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura.
My name's Don Conan. I live in District 2, and I've read the propaganda on both sides of this mining issue, and it comes down to a very simple decision. The best indicator of future performance is past performance, and Rise Gold has a terrible record in Canada, and I can't see why anybody, not that I'm against mining or any of that, but how can you bring in a company that has such a terrible record and bring it in and expect them to tell the truth when they're in so much trouble in Canada? That's all I'd like to say about that. And one thing about the zoning of marijuana, my zoning where I live is agricultural, no pigs. The reason of that is because pigs have a tendency to smell. So if you want to straighten this issue out real easy, make it agricultural, no pigs, no marijuana, problem solved. Thank you.
Thank you, Don. Madam Clerk, is there anyone online?
We have no callers, Chair.
Okay. Is there any other public comment from the chambers? All right. Seeing none, I will close the public comment portion of this meeting, and we will move on to our next item, which is our consent calendar. These items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. The Board of Supervisors will act upon them at one time without discussion. Any board member may request that an item be removed from the consent calendar for discussion. Members of the public wishing to ask questions or hear discussion on items listed under the consent agenda may raise their concerns to the board members prior to the consent agenda being introduced. The supervisors will take the concerns under consideration and decide if there is adequate reason to remove the item from consent. Board members?
I'd like to pull item number 6.
Okay. Item number 6. Public members, any items to be pulled? No one online? Julie?
Yes, no callers. We did receive one letter from Diana Gamson speaking in support of agenda item number
6. We can go ahead and, yeah,
Thank
right.
you, Supervisor.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Then with that, then I will entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda minus item number 6.
So moved. Second.
Motion Supervisor Hook, seconded Supervisor Hall. Madam Clerk?
It's District 4.
District 4, yes.
District 3.
Yes.
District 1.
Yes.
District 5.
Yes.
And District 2.
Very good. Thank you. Oh, did I yes. All right, moving on to item number 6 then. This is authorizing submission of the State of California Department of Cannabis Control Retail Access Grant application totaling up to $320,511. Wow. This includes a Phase 1 request of up to $216,136, which provides for the development and implementation of a local cannabis retailer licensing program. Alisa, I'll just turn this over to you.
Great, thank you, and I will be quick. I don't want to belabor this. I just had a couple of questions in regard to this item. I know that we talked about the retailing license at our first meeting in January, and then it was a continued item onto our board workshop. And I want to make sure as we move forward with this process that we are giving our staff policy direction on this, which I felt didn't really happen at those two meetings. And I noticed in the application process that the documents that we were given that there's a blank application in here that needs to be filled out once this moves forward. And I just want to make sure that we're really clear when we check these boxes that we're including all of these things, in particular, holding community outreach meetings and engagement events, conducting surveys or otherwise soliciting input, to form a stakeholder group or technical advisory committee, consult with the local jurisdictions with existing cannabis programs, and to conduct an economic study. Those were kind of my key things because I think that we as the policy makers need to really have some input into how we want to move forward with this process. I support the application, and I'm glad that there's money available to do the study, but I just wanted some assurances from staff that all of those things would be looked at.
Kimberly Parker, please.
Good morning, supervisors. Thank you for your comments, Supervisor Swarthout. Yes, all of those items are going to be addressed as part of the application process. And the application is now filled out and ready to submit. I'd be happy even to let you look at it. And I'm going to let Thomas address the specifics.
Thomas, excuse me, Thomas Miley, Cannabis Compliance. I could answer any additional questions you have. You know, what we're looking to do is continue the discussion what we had at the board workshop. Looking at this retail sales, which staff was going down that path, and this grant came to our attention to basically, facilitate the work we were already planning on doing. So it came timely in that manner. But any other questions you have for this, I can answer them.
I would just add also, just so we're very, very clear on this, that this is a planning grant, and it is a competitive grant process. So this will have numerous times as it moves forward to come back to the board. If we are fortunate and the grant is received, it will come back for approval of the funding. And then as we get in the planning process and are moving through that, this will come back to the board a number of times as it moves through that planning process.
All right. Board members, any questions, comment? Heidi, no? Artie?
So just that we're clear, so if the grant is awarded, when it comes back, will there be a scoping component of that scope of work?
Yes, absolutely. As part of the grant process, we've had to kind of identify what the scope of work would do is, and it's in part of the budget process too, and how we're going to do the outreach and all. So we would definitely bring that back to the board.
Well, and I think there's oftentimes unintended consequences with new projects like this. I think we saw that this morning with the people who came in to talk about the cannabis grows in their neighborhood. So I just want to make sure that the public is fully aware and that there's a lot of public input and insight into the process. So I'm hopeful that that will be part of your scoping that is done through the grant.
Absolutely. That would be part of the grant.
Thank you.
Well, let's see, is there any public comment on this item?
So that would be.
Any callers, Madam Clerk?
There's no callers, and again, just the one letter from Diana Gamson on this item.
Okay, very good.
So I would make a motion to approve item number 6.
Motion, Supervisor Swarthout.
Second.
Second, Hardy? Hardy? Madam Clerk?
You ready? District 4.
District 4, yes.
District 3.
Yes.
District 1.
Yes.
District 5.
Yes.
And District 2.
Yes. Very good, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Moving on to our next agenda item. This is from myself, and this is a recognition of CAL FIRE employees Joe Kennedy, heavy fire equipment operator, and Eric Ayers, fire captain, for their achievement in being awarded the state of California's highest honor for life-saving events, the California Gold Medal of Valor. Chief Estes, I'll recognize you.
Good morning, Chair Schofield and members of the board. Good morning, and thank you very, very much for allowing us this time this morning. My name is Brian Estes. I'm the state unit chief for CAL FIRE Nevada Yuba Placer Unit. And also I want to thank Julie and Allison and Kat for allowing us this opportunity and affording us the time. I know you have a busy schedule, so I'll try to keep this very brief, but this is a really important opportunity for us to recognize two longstanding Nevada County residents who are currently assigned to positions in Nevada County working for CAL FIRE, who have been awarded the state's highest honor and highest medal for life-saving awards, and that's the Gold Medal of Valor awarded by the governor. There are in the neighborhood of only about 15 to 20 state employees in entirety in all emergency services that are awarded this each given year. Captain Ayers was awarded this year. HFEO Kennedy was actually awarded it after the events of 2018 in the Camp Fire, but unfortunately, due to the pandemic, they put things on hold during that time period. So I thought it was very appropriate that we recognize those folks today. I also want to recognize Assistant Chief Landon Hack, who is our North Operations Chief here, as you well know, and both Eric and Joe's families and friends who are here in the back of the chambers with us. So again, I very much appreciate it. Just a little bit about our two employees. HFEO Kennedy, a heavy fire equipment operator, is one of our 8 specialized fire suppression bulldozer operators that we have here in the unit. Just such a critical resource that we have in our life-saving efforts in both wildland fires, the protection of our communities, and in the all-risk mission of floods and snow removal, et cetera. Joe's born and raised right here in Nevada County. Started out in Butte County working for our agency, but has been in the Nevada Yuba Placer Unit and right here in Nevada County for more than 10 years. Captain Ayers, this is his 32nd year with our department and has had a tremendous career with us. This is actually the second recipient, the second time that Captain Ayers has been awarded the Gold Medal of Valor. Much younger in his career, he was awarded the Gold Medal of Valor for life-saving efforts in a swiftwater event in the Lassen Modoc unit where he started his career, following time in the Shasta Trinity unit, but working here in the Nevada Yuba Placer unit for many, many years. He's worked in all capacities of our department, from engine company operations to hand crew operations and on our helicopter operations, and just very, very well versed. And from a personal note, you know, Captain Ayers, as a captain, that rank is really the backbone of our agency. And one thing I really appreciate about Eric is that his attitude and his positivity and his willingness to express his leadership to those around him, both peers and subordinates, after 32 years in one agency is just amazing. And I very much thank him and appreciate his efforts and what he puts into our employees. And, you know, HFEO Kennedy, as you can probably imagine, I know this is going to be shocking. Sue, you probably relate to this, but bulldozer operators tend to be a little cranky sometimes. And I know that's going to be surprising, but Joe is a gentleman who is just the ultimate professional, always shows the most amount of respect to his peers, his subordinates, his superiors, and the public that we all serve here in Nevada County. So without further ado, I'd just like to briefly explain the actions by which they're being awarded these medals. So I'll start with heavy fire equipment operator Joe Kennedy. On November 8th of 2018, CAL FIRE NEU heavy fire equipment operator Joe Kennedy, assigned to Dozer Transport 2342 out of Nevada City Station, arrived in Paradise, California during the early hours of the devastating Camp Fire. He arrived to his assignment to find the fire well established along the Pence Road or the eastern side of Paradise corridor, with hundreds of residents, patients, and employees of the Feather River Hospital trying to flee the area. You probably remember this was very well publicized when the hospital was impacted, and the desperate measures to evacuate patients and members of the public from that area. Engine 2390, which was ironically another one of our Nevada Yuba Placer engines, was adjacent to HFEO Kennedy, became stuck in traffic along with dozens of other vehicles on Pearson Road near Dry Creek. Dry Creek is an area that runs north-south in between Pence Road and Pearson Road, or I'm sorry, Clark Road, and it's one of the main drainages that runs up from the valley into the community of Paradise and was severely impacted during the Camp Fire. This captain off 2390 saw that by him being stuck, that hundreds and hundreds of other civilians were going to be immobilized and potentially their lives in jeopardy on Pence Road. He ordered air support, but conditions at that time were too extreme for aircraft to operate. Remember, the wind conditions were upwards of 85 to 90 mile an hour gusts with sustained winds of 60 miles an hour. He then came over the radio and made the request, can we at least get a dozer to move cars on Pearson Road? This was a last-ditch, desperate call-out to save lives. HFEO Kennedy was nearby, and I say nearby, a couple miles away, up on Pence Road near the Feather River Hospital in his dozer. All roads were impassable. Smoke and fire conditions were limiting visibility down to sometimes 10 to 12 feet in front of you. And Paradise's topography is very, very much like Grass Valley and Nevada City. It's a wildland urban interface area that is dotted with topography and drainages and swales and hills and rocks and trees. So picture our similar topography to right here in Nevada City. Near Feather River Hospital, Joe Kennedy started moving toward these stranded vehicles. He encountered a California Highway Patrol officer and nurses trying to escape the fire on foot. The visibility was extremely limited, and the CHP officer waved his flashlight to get HFEO Kennedy's attention. Kennedy stopped the dozer, and the nurses immediately jumped up into the dozer to escape the flames. Kennedy explained he didn't have room for the two of them inside the dozer, but he took time to secure them in the fire engine directly behind them. Traffic was at a standstill on Pearson Road throughout the Dry Creek drainage. It was burning under strong winds with flames consuming brush, timber, structures, and vehicles. This fire was spotting a quarter to a half mile in front of itself with a rate of spread unseen at that time by any wildland fire that year. Vehicles 3 abreast on Pearson Road were starting to become consumed with fire. The people in those vehicles were taking refuge in the next vehicle and the next vehicle just to avoid the direct flame impingement. It was not long before cars in the middle and right side were also catching fire. People had bailed out of the burning cars and were taking refuge in whatever structure they could find. Kennedy used his dozer. He worked across from Pearson Road. He worked through backyards and subdivisions and walked his dozer to the area that these vehicles were trapped. And he pushed the vehicles off of the road, the burning vehicles off the road that allowed that traffic flow to continue west on Pearson Road. These actions undoubtedly saved lives, and Joe stayed the course with this operation until all cars were safely west of the blow-up. Joe Kennedy went above and beyond the call of duty at great risk to his own life. For his selfless and heroic efforts, Joe was awarded the highest honor given to California emergency responders, the Governor's Gold Medal of Valor. Fire Captain Eric Ayers. In 2021, CAL FIRE Captain Eric Ayers, while off duty with his daughter on Highway 49, came upon the scene of a serious vehicle accident on Highway 49 in Nevada County. Arriving moments after the accident occurred, he found a victim trapped inside of the vehicle, which was on fire. Eric took immediate action, enlisting the help of his daughter to gather fire extinguishers from stopped vehicles while he proceeded to try to gain access to the burning vehicle and attempt to free the victim that was trapped in the vehicle. The vehicle was heavily involved with fire and smoke, had serious mechanism, and the victim was suffering from traumatic injuries. Emergency response was on its way, but literally Captain Ayers had arrived there seconds after the accident had occurred. He tried numerous times to pull the young man out of the vehicle, but was unable to extricate him through the doors or windows, and he quickly got pushed back out by heavy fire and smoke conditions. At one point, he even acquired a sawzall from an adjoining vehicle and tried to cut the sunroof opening out of the vehicle to pull him straight out of the roof, but he kept getting pushed back with heavy fire and smoke conditions. Eric placed himself in great harm's way, and eventually, with arriving engine companies and additional help, they were able to suppress the fire and extricate the young man from the vehicle. The driver sustained serious injuries, including significant third-degree burns, spending months in the UC Davis burn unit. But the fact of the matter is, because of Eric's actions, he's alive today and healthy and will continue to have a healthy life. For his selfless and heroic efforts, Eric was awarded the highest honor given to California emergency responders, the Governor's Gold Medal of Valor. In conclusion, on behalf of the almost 400 men and women under my command in the Nevada Yuba Plaza unit, it's my honor and privilege to recognize both Joe and Eric for their achievements in this well-deserved honor. So, as I said earlier, Captain Ayers was already presented this earlier by the director of our department. Unfortunately, because of the events of the pandemic, HFAO Kennedy was never allowed that. But we do have their medals and certificates that we'd just like to present to them. And if it's appropriate, or you wouldn't mind a photograph with the recipients.
We're going to do a photo op. We don't have a Medal of Valor to present, but we do have a challenge coin.
Uh-oh.
So.
Okay. Well, I very much appreciate all of your time. Chairman, thank you for sponsoring this item, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief. And just some quick comments, and then we'll come down for that photo op. And I just want to say is, I think we can, all of us can envision being in those types of scenarios. I'm thinking of, a major fire in the Alta Sierra area. Getting trapped in there is one of those nightmares. And the same with a traffic accident. And again, you can envision these things, and you can only hope and pray that somebody, angels like yourself that come along to really assist. And, Chief, I'd like to think it's the mentality of your team that you do what you need to do. So thank you again. Well-deserved honors. Board? Lisa?
It's always a good day in the board chambers when firefighters show up. So, and today is especially good. Thank you for your dedication, your hard work, life-saving measures that you always take to help people. It's very much appreciated. We're very lucky in our community to have your agency, as well as all of our other public safety and first responder agencies, and how well everybody works together, and that you always go above and beyond to take care of our community. So thank you very much for being here. Thanks for all showing up today.
Sue?
Yes, God bless you all. I mean, seriously, when I look at this, you go above and beyond to show what it is to serve before self. That's a gift and something that you give to this community and your family back there. Thank you all. Truly, what a gift you give to this community by supporting these folks here that come out and serve our community. So thank you both. I mean, I remember the whole stories. I watched the movie. I have family at CAL FIRE, so I know what you did. And then your daughter, what a little hero she is. So give her a hug and tell her thank you from us all as well.
The rest of the story. Artie?
Yeah, thank you so much. It was really impressive. I had family members in the Paradise area and benefited from your valor and your bravery. So thank you so much for that action. And when you see the devastation from that fire, I can kind of envision what you went through to make that happen. So thank you again. And thank you so much. I know being a first responder, there's many other stories of valor I'm sure that you've had over your long career here in Nevada County. And just identifying you today isn't enough. So I just want to say thank you for all of that. And we're honored to have you as part of our community. And Brian, thank you so much, Chief, for cultivating that level of responsibility and commitment to our community and bringing that forward. It's just our honor to recognize you here today, and we can't say thank you enough.
Thank you.
Ready.
Likewise, Chief Estes, it's always good to see you and have so much respect for you and for your entire team. You guys have been such amazing partners in everything that we've been dealing with these past years. And to Eric and Joe, thank you so much for your amazing courage. I know you guys all show courage every single day because you walk into work and you don't know what's ahead. So you have to walk in with that mindset. But very, very much appreciated, and bless you for putting yourself forward, and may you all have long and healthy lives.
Thank you.
Very good. Okay, so we will come down front for a photo op, and we'd love to have your family join us up here also.
Okay. We good to move to the dais, Chair? Okay. Should go.
Supervisors, do you need a break at all?
I'm okay.
Quick one, maybe?
Or a quick one would be good, yeah. Thank
Real
you.
quick? We'll do like a 5-minute break. All right, we'll call the meeting back to order, and we will go into our department head matters. And our first item is Social Services, Rachel Pena, acceptance of Alliance for Workforce Development Annual presentation of the Alliances Program Year 2021-2022. Rachel?
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Schofield and honorable supervisors. I'm Rachel Pena. I'm your Director of Social Services, and I'm here with Mary Ann Connolly, Business Services Representative for the Alliance for Workforce Development. We're here to present the annual report for the Alliance for Workforce Development. They deliver Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act programs out of 2 Nevada County offices, one here over at Brighton Greens and another one in Truckee out of the Joseph Center. They focus on providing job seekers with access to employment and training opportunities and providing employers with qualified, well-trained applicants. And here to explain more, I'm going to turn it over to Mary Ann.
Mary Ann?
Good morning. Okay. I'm a little nervous. Obviously, my name is Mary Ann Connolly, still is. And Business Service Representative for Alliance for Workforce Development. And just to shorten the presentation, I'll just use the acronym of AFWD, for Alliance for Workforce Development. And I want to thank you for allowing me time to speak with you today, and I hope you found the previously submitted information helpful. And just as a reminder, there are hundreds of America's job centers across the country. Under that umbrella, in California, there are 11 counties are represented by Northern Rural Training and Employment Consortium. And that's another mouthful, so I will just refer to it as NORTEC. AFWD is one of 3 service providers for NORTEC that serve the counties of Nevada, Butte, Modoc, Plumas, Lassen, and Sierra. And speaking of the NORTEC, I'd like to thank Supervisor Schofield for representing Nevada County on the NORTEC governing board. I just want to say it's you're very much appreciated. That's a lot of energy, and I see you at the ERC meetings. You're everywhere. So thank you so much. As Rachel mentioned, we do have 2 locations in Nevada County. We have the Truckee office is on Donner Pass Road. It's in the Truckee Library complex. Social Services helped AFWD to be able to move that office to there so it would be more effective for the community. Grass Valley, we're over on Brighton Greens on McCartney Road and across the street from the fairgrounds. And this presentation is to spotlight how AFWD fulfills our mission statement, which is providing pathways to success. So in the, this slide will just be here for a moment because it is from 21-22 fiscal. But you'll see at the beginning of the quarter, the unemployment was at 5.8%, and that was when COVID was pretty rampant. By the end of that fiscal year, in the fourth quarter, it was 2.9. What I'd like to do is fast forward to this February for the last unemployment rate, which was 4% for Nevada County, and for California, it was 4.3, and I'm talking about this February of 2023, which made Nevada County ranked 15 of the 58 counties. So it's kind of nice to see where we're in line there. Moving to the next slide. I would like to take just a moment for all of us actually, to be able to soak in those numbers. And I'd really like to focus on the top and the bottom. Nevada County clients served, even though this is 21-22, we're right in line with these very same numbers for this year. So that's over 3,000 clients served. That's a lot. And for training funding spent on participants, the bottom number, over $78,000 were spent. And this is just Nevada County. We have 5 other counties that are equally at the same amount of service, the same high quality. And so just wanted to go ahead and then just hone in kind of like instead of just looking at the figures, to go ahead and look at, kind of put a face to behind the statistics and the logistics in this section. So AFWD receives millions of dollars in funds through state and federal grants. Then AFWD goes ahead and shares the good news throughout Nevada County and our other 6 counties. We serve adults, youth, dislocated workers, and veterans, and keeping in mind that all of our services are free. As a business service representative, I'm out in the field a lot, and when I talk to employers, or even, I go to people that are job seekers, and when I say it's free, they kind of look at me like, really? It's like, it is. All of our services are free. What do these services look like? When folks enter our resource centers, they are greeted by our resource center and referral colleagues. They assist our clients with a wide array of services and helping them with their either updating or creating the resumes, helping them with job searches through CalJobs or other platforms, helping them with EDD and much, much more. Each office has a career center advisor. Jesselyn would be the model, is a career center advisor. They all look like her. They conduct an in-depth analysis for clients who need specific support in pursuing employment. Depending upon the results, the advisors help them to navigate securing financial and educational services. AFWD has connections to many educational institutions that have passed a rigorous qualification process called, another acronym, ETPL, which is Eligible Training Providers List. Our advisor in the Grass Valley, Jesselyn, recently recertified Sierra College, which had been uncertified for a while. And it's not an easy task. It takes a lot of work. It takes a lot of working with various groups of people to go ahead and have that ETPL reinstated. It meant a lot to the students, including the Fire Academy, which uses Sierra College. Hence, the advisors are able to support our clients with subsidized books, scrubs, rental assistance, approved nursing programs, truck driving schools, and much more. As the business service representative out in the field, much of the time reaching out to the employers to fulfill their employment needs in trucking Western Nevada County, I'm also the co-chair of the Economic Resource Council Team Talent Committee that supports the ERC projects, ambassador to the Great Grass Valley Chamber, and chair for the Western Nevada County 2023 Job Fair to be held May 3rd. It's a Wednesday at the Grass Valley Vets Hall, while Vincent, the career advisor, the career advisor in Truckee, will be working with Melissa Williams for their job fair at the same day. And Supervisor Bullock, I'm sure you know Melissa. Melissa Williams up in Truckee. Excuse me, I have allergies. And so Melissa and I did try to hold our job fairs on different days so that we could be at both of the job fairs, but due to circumstances beyond our control, both Truckee and Western County job fairs will be on May 3rd. And on this slide, you'll note under several of the descriptions underneath the figures, you'll notice that it says on-the-job training. Otherwise, we call it OJT. Is mentioned several times. OJT in one word is amazing. It's amazing. An OJT contract is earned when the employer, the employee, and the job position meet the qualifying criteria. Most importantly, the job has to offer room to grow for the employee, and the client needs to have some type of financial, emotional, mental, or social barrier. It typically is for the first 3 months of employment. AFWD subsidizes 50 to 75% of that payroll to the employer. The training is focused on 12 to 15 specific skills that the employer and I create before the contract is approved. Those are skills for that particular job for the supervisor and the employee to focus on. So everyone has a path, everyone has a map. They know exactly what they're going to be focusing on. A successful OJT will earn a 3 rating of progress and proficiency between a 1 to 5 ratio. The career advisor represents the employee, and I represent the employer. Once a month, the 4 of us, the employee, the supervisor, the advisor, and myself, meet for a short meeting just to review the skill progress and overall quality or concerns of the training process. The career advisor follows up with the employee's progress for 1 year. So it's not just that 3-month period. The advisor also follows up with, for quite some time. What are the results of an OJT? Both the employer and the employee, it opens up communications, clear expectations, transparency. The employee learns hard and soft skills that they'll be able to carry for life. The employer obtains an engaged employee. I hear that a lot from employers, is that they can't find folks that are engaged for the job to be present. And so a commitment has been nurtured. OJT instills a very high retention rate in my professional experience with AFWD. I've actually, not looking at figures, but I've actually experienced it. And the employers not only subsidize thousands of dollars in payroll, but averts the costly time and money of constant retraining due to turnovers. It's really a factor. On the last slide, the power of partnership in the community. It takes a village, just like I have right over here. It takes a village to have a successful community. When AFWD, we take pride in the ability to partner with like-minded entities to support a healthy synergy for employers and job seekers alike. A high employment rate raises the whole community. For example, I wasn't sure if Kimberly Parker had left or not, because I'm just going to drop her name. For example, my job fair committee consists of Gil Matthew, of Executive Director of ERC, Robin Davies of the Greater Grass Valley Chamber, Kimberly Parker and Tamarin Cook of County of Nevada, Chad Wingo, the publisher of the Union, and the Nevada Union High School Job Developer and the Transition Partnership Program, Terry Hadley, and the Director of the Nevada County Association of Realtors, Kathy Hinman. And they are a wonderful cross-section of our community to be assisting with the job fair here in the Western County. I feel very blessed to work with them, and they're just really fine folks. It's going to be a great event, and I will be emailing you all flyers, so maybe your sphere of influence. As new challenges arrive, we'll continue to develop solutions and pivot as needed for a healthy workforce. AFWD is dedicated to support Nevada County's employers and job seekers through education, finance, marketing, diplomacy, empathy, and professionalism for a successful and holistic community now and in the future. For more AFWD information, you can go to afwd.org and click on News, and you'll find all the recent highlights. Thank you for your time and attention, and are there any questions?
Thank you, Marianne.
Good to go.
Board comments, Heidi?
Thank you. Thank you for the report and for the good work you're doing to keep people employed, to get people employed and keep them stay deployed. It's very much appreciated. I had a small question. You mentioned the committee that you have for this upcoming event, and I did not hear anyone from Nevada City, maybe this Nevada City Chamber, Stuart, on your committee?
I reached out to Stuart at the beginning, and I'm connected with Stuart in other ways, but it didn't come together. I don't know if they had too much on they had other priorities. I'm not quite sure.
Okay, that's great. Just want to make sure you reached out. That's wonderful.
Oh, definitely. We're part of the Nevada City Chamber, Penn Valley, Grass Valley, and Truckee Chamber. And when I've done with this job fair, because it's kind of a big endeavor, but I also attended the vibrancy for the Seven Hills Business District for Nevada City, and that was fascinating. And I've worked in that district for many years. And so I was really happy to see that they are doing a vibrancy. And matter of fact, they're using the Truckee, a program that's Truckee is doing for housing and for business vibrancy. And Nevada City is connecting with them to have it like a model for them.
Yeah.
So once I can get through this, then I'm just trying to keep my plate doable. And then I'll be pursuing that more. They have a lot of artists involved and a lot of business professionals. It's exciting.
Yeah.
It's an area that's been, kind of put on the sidebar for, I think, far too long.
Well, it sounds like you're well connected, so that's great. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're welcome. Anyone else?
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. A lot of great information. And thanks for your emphasis in talking with our partnership with Truckee and Chamber of Commerce. Jessica Penman took over recently, and she's just doing a bunch of great work in that same space. So I just wanted to acknowledge that. Just a couple quick questions for you. all the participants that you have listed as being beneficiaries of your service, can you just tell us a little bit about the average person, just age, demographic, background, young, old, previously employed or first-time employment? Just a little bit of curiosity there.
Great questions. And I have Zoomed with Jessica, and very, very nice person. It was nice that she used to live in Truckee and then returned and now has that position. And matter of fact, our new advisor in Truckee is Vincent, and he too used to live in Truckee, and he just returned. So he's back in his old stomping grounds, so I'm sure that they'll enjoy all connecting and mingling and creating a great team. And I'll continue to go up there as well. And when you ask as far as participants, do you mean participants in general, or do you mean participants in OJT, or?
Participants in general, just a little bit about the type of, the average person and clientele that you serve.
Absolutely. So the age range is everything from folks in their late teens to early 20s, all the way up to people in their 60s, even 70s, because they're having to return to the workforce, either voluntarily or they just can't make it, and so they're looking for, maybe part-time or something that's less physical. And we also, so in our resource center, we have over 15 computers for them to use as they wish, or we have counselors to help them with it. So I would say there's really, I'd say probably more often than not, it's the people in the middle, like maybe to their 30s, to their 50s.
Okay.
Right in there, I would say, is the largest part of the pie.
Okay.
And,
Thank you.
And I'm making a note also that next year we'll bring back some demographics.
Yeah.
Make sure next time we have an annual report, we'll bring some demographics just in general, but it is across the spectrum.
Okay, that answers my question. Thanks. Look forward to the demographic data.
Did I mention it's all free?
I did, yeah. That's a good point. Just a couple quick ones for you. Sierra Business Council obviously serves kind of a tertiary need in this same space. And I don't see them listed as a partnership on here, but I know that they cover a lot of bases. And I saw Kristen York on your previous agenda for the 21 Summit. Just wondering, are you engaged with them on any other levels that aren't listed here?
Do you have a person, a name for Sierra Business
Kristen
Council?
York is the one who presented on your 21 Summit here that you've showed us.
Okay, that I don't know.
Just out of curiosity, something to file away in the back, but.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
No problem.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but I will find out, and and I'll look into making that connection.
Yeah, they're a great resource.
I appreciate the suggestion.
Yeah, and workforce development is where I'm going with it, which goes to my next question. We've talked a lot about forestry and fire and fuels protection. You mentioned the fire academy and things like that, but
right.
Any support in those areas, I think for our community would be, at least as one board member speaking about people getting into that, would be pretty cool.
And it's kind of fun that you mentioned it, because I hope this goes over well, is that I have posted positions for the Tahoe National Forest Service, just a few of them, and we have filled them. A couple of them did come to our resource center, and they were hired. And matter of fact, one of them was hired. It was going to be a part-time temporary job, and I believe Laura Blakemore was able to put it into a full-time, consistent position, which was what her goal was. So that was exciting. And then as far as the job fair, I helped in our Butte County Job Fair, and the most popular booth there was the Plumas Forest Service. And so I've been asking the Tahoe Forest Service if they could, be a part of our job fair. And I just happened, after I did the fairgrounds, your old stomping grounds, I visited the fairgrounds office who has signed up for the job fair, and I came across some of the Tahoe Forest folks were walking from, I guess, from some kind of experience that they were having there. And I approached them, and he said that he would probably be at the job fair as well. And so I'm trying to make some headway in there. My mom worked for the Forest Service up at Bullard's Bar, so
Yeah, thanks for noting that. And
And
I'll mention one
thank
more
you for the
thing, and I
suggestion.
promise I'm going to be quiet, but the workforce development issue in Truckee and Tahoe is really interesting because everybody wants to work there. They'd love to take a job even below essentially what maybe their education or acumen may kind of allow them to work in, but there's no housing. And so that's always the piece. And I would encourage you to connect wherever you can, either with our staff at Nevada County or the town of Truckee or any of the housing authorities, the Housing JPA. Emily Vitus is a partner of ours at the county to try and bring forward solutions for housing, because in my opinion, in District 5, housing is the controlling obstacle to workforce development.
I completely agree with you. I met with the head of your recreation department, Recreation and Parks, and with his assistant, and they had brought it up to where a studio, a very, very small studio, was $2,000. And so I agree, and I definitely want to focus on that. I firmly believe that as well. Thank you.
Well, what a great report, and I love this. I hope people are listening. They always ask us, how do we know what's happening during the year? And we say, we do. They come back and give us these great full reports and information, so that's so helpful. And one of the things that I'm curious about, just so if you were a person looking for this, how would they find you? Like, you got this person, I'm looking for a job. Where do they just reach out and find you?
Well, they could find us physically at our offices, but then also we have Instagram and Facebook, which have a huge following. And we also, through all of our partners, is our sphere of influence. So like all of our positions that I post for people, they go out to them. We do a lot of workshops and so forth, and those go out to all of the 6 counties and beyond. So a lot of it is digital, and then also, physically where we are as well. And then we also reach out to the schools.
And then also Connecting Point 211 and all of our social services employees also, anytime employment comes up as a referral need, as a referral, as a potential opportunity for the customers that we serve, we're providing them that information as well and making those referrals.
Yeah, that's fantastic. So just sometimes, I think it's always a challenge for people to know where to start that reach. So that's good to have that information. And they can always, 211 Connect is a great spot. So if you are out there and you're listening or you know somebody, that's a good place for them to kind of start that search.
Great question, thank you.
And then you guys did 72 different workshops, and this was just in that one period of time. What kind of workshops do you do?
We do how to do resumes, how to prepare for a job interview, how to search for a job, and we also do how to dress for an interview, kind of do mock interviews, like, kind of questions to suggest, not only to expect from the possible employer, but also like what questions to ask the employer to show that you're interested.
I wanted to say also they reach out to existing professionals in the area to help with mock job interviews as well, which it has always been fun to be a part of.
Yeah. And we'll also be doing one for the job fair. We'll be doing one probably next week where you prepare for going to a job fair.
Oh, that's fantastic. I love that. The Future Farmers of America, they actually have a contest on job interview. And it's really a very interesting contest to sit through and judge. So I just love these things. They're so helpful for people in all different levels. So again, great report.
Thank you.
Amazing that it's a free service. And you've mentioned that a couple
times.
It's
free.
It's free. And so there's help out there when you're struggling to find jobs, because it is hard. It's a hard thing to step out, and the whole resume thing has come a long way from even when I was a kid doing resume, right? And so having that kind of support is just huge. So really, really appreciate the work you're doing here on West End, East County, and it sounds like all of our rural communities.
Thank you. And even depending upon, I just want to quickly say how unique it is that even depending upon like what their financial background is or such, we might even buy them an outfit to wear to an interview. So, I mean.
That's fantastic. So appreciate it. What a great report. Thank you for bringing it forward.
Thank you.
Lisa?
Thank you. Thanks, Mary Ann. Great presentation. Nice to see you.
It's good to see you.
As a former employer, I actually have used the services of your organization in the past, and always really appreciated how you set people up for success. Because I think as employers, that's what we're looking for, is people who are going to succeed when we, spend the money to train them and hire them. I'm really excited about bringing the job fair back. I think that is fantastic. And I will tell people, even if you're not looking for work, it's great to attend if you have the time, because it really shows you the breadth of employers that we have in our community. Everybody always assumes that they're going to show up and it's going to be, fast food or retail, restaurant, but there's just a really wide range of people who will come looking for employees. And, we have great employers here, and we have a lot of really great employees here. So It's wonderful to see everything matched up. I think that one of your partners potentially is the small business, the SBDC, Small Business Development Center, which operates out of the Sierra Business Council. So you might be working with somebody from there.
I did go to their summit that they had at the Grange. So that's why I kind of go by names.
Yeah,
I know, individual names.
Well, and Kristen is the VP of the Sierra Business Council, but Leslie, and I can't remember Leslie's last name, Williamson. Yeah, she actually is the person who attends the Economic Resource Council meetings.
I see her every first
on the
or second
those
Thursday.
Meetings.
Yeah.
And she's been really instrumental in helping Western County with some employment issues. She's really knowledgeable about all of the things that you do. So. Keep up the good work. If I have time, I'm going to definitely swing by the job fair and check it out. And there's a lot of good buzz in the employment community about it. I've talked with some of my friends who are still in business, and they're really excited to participate because obviously, there's a labor shortage. Everybody's looking for people now. So I think that doing that event is really helpful in the community. So thanks for all you're doing.
Thank you.
Nothing really to add. I think, at least my impression is that the Alliance is a little more boots on the ground versus SBC, but they're two great channels working together. And I just want to say we're fortunate to have the Alliance representing our county. Out of the 11 counties of Nortec, you represent 6 of them. And it's from Butte County, our biggest population county, to our smallest population, Sierra County. And in our case, and maybe in some of the others too, you've got two offices, eastern and western side. So, and I think if you ever have the opportunity of going out there, and you do have your open houses out there, you can see it's a very friendly environment out there. Good people that work out there, and I think they're the type of people that when somebody comes in looking for services, they've got a friendly face that can work with them. And so you guys are greatly appreciated.
Thank you.
Is there any public comment on this particular item? I don't think, no callers.
And no callers or no emails, Chair.
Very good. And I don't think we need to pass anything on this. This is just the acceptance of the presentation. So with that, do we need a motion?
Yeah, that would be nice to have a motion, and you could do a voice vote if you'd like.
Very good.
So moved.
Motion, Supervisor Hall.
Second.
Supervisor Bullock. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carried.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mary Ann. Thank you, Rachel. Don't go away, Rachel. Okay. Okay, then we will go to our next agenda item. And this one is a resolution proclaiming April 2023 as Child Abuse and Neglect Prevention Month in Nevada County. And this is why we are all wearing blue today.
All of us. We're all wearing blue. We did such a good job.
We're going to take a picture, too.
Awesome. Okay, well,
Rachel?
good morning again, Chair Schofield and honorable supervisors. I am very happy to be here this morning in blue. to introduce this item proclaiming April as Child Abuse and Neglect Prevention Month in Nevada County. It truly takes a village to raise a child, to protect a child, to help a child thrive, support that child and his or her family. And I have with me a group of people who are doing that work in just a moment. Because there were 5 of us, in just a moment, I will step back and have them step forward to present this item to you, and I will introduce them now. So we're working with a number of organizations, many of them represented here. And I have with me Melody Easton. You guys maybe can... Melody Easton, the Executive Director of First Five and the Chair of the Child Abuse Prevention Council. We have Mimi Greminger from Child Welfare. She's our Emergency Response Supervisor. Faye Hignite, also from Child Welfare, analyst there, who's going to present information on our Rapid Response Program. So we've talked about our Rapid Response Program before. This is the first time that we've had enough data to come back and present our findings on the effectiveness of that program. We're really excited about that. So Mimi and Faye are going to talk more about that. And then we also have Milada Bello-Halavic from Victor Community Support Services, and she's been instrumental in creating and managing the Rapid Response Program. So I'm going to step back, as I said, and let them explain the amazing work that we're doing as a collaborative in this county to protect kids.
Good morning, and thank you so much for letting us join you today. Again, my name is Melody Easton. I'm the Executive Director of First Five Nevada County and the Chair of the Child Abuse Prevention Council of Western Nevada County, also known as CAPC. And we're lucky enough in Nevada County to have 2 Child Abuse Prevention Councils, one in Eastern County and one in Western County. And we partner really closely to make sure that any outreach and programming we do is complementary and is in the best interest of children and families in our county. So I'm going to go a little bit quickly because we've got a lot of great information and not a lot of time, but there will be time at the end if you have any questions. So through the Child Abuse Prevention Council of Western Nevada County, our vehicle for community outreach and working with family serving agencies is the Community Support Network, which is also known as CSN. Every county in California is mandated to have a CAPC, a Child Abuse Prevention Council, and we're mandated to meet several criteria in the Welfare and Institution Code. You've got the information in your packet, so I won't read through it word for word, but our overall mission is to, we are a community council whose primary purpose is to coordinate the community's efforts to prevent and respond to child abuse through collaboration and integration of family support services. Here's a little bit more on that Welfare and Institution Code, how we go about that, recommending improvements, gathering family serving agencies together through our community support network, conducting outreach activities with families and with other family serving organizations to get the word out there and spread information about what child abuse and neglect looks like and how people can prevent it in our community. This is a little bit more about the Community Support Network, again, that vehicle for reaching our community and service providers locally. And it was born out of 3 similar collaboratives who were doing kind of the same work, and CSN came out of that as a way to streamline the work that was being done. Here's an example of some of the meetings we have. CSN meets monthly, and it's made up of service providers, county leadership. We've had families and community members participate, and we have a different topic every month that we either bring in external trainers on, or whenever possible, we build off the expertise here locally. So our next meeting will be May 3rd on suicide prevention and intervention. We are out in the community as often as we can be, spreading the word about child abuse and neglect prevention. And we do that through two main efforts. One in October, which is our Spooky Booky event. It's a collaborative effort with the Nevada County Library. It's a Halloween-centered event where we hand out books to families and just bring the community together. You can see in the top left corner, Supervisor Sue Hook was one of our celebrity readers last year at the event. So if any of you are interested in this October's event, you are more than welcome. You can also see Superintendent Scott Lay down there in the bottom left. We had a lot of great representation this year. And then through Child Abuse Prevention Month, we do a lot of activities, and that's this month that we're in right now. You all look great in your blue. We do an ongoing activity through the county departments where everyone's encouraged to wear blue every Friday, send us their pictures, and they can win a breakfast spread at the end of the month. And we also do a couple of other activities just to bring children and families together, a craft project with seniors. And then earlier this month, we had a community barbecue, our first ever community appreciation barbecue, and we had over 200 people attend. So that was really exciting, just a great chance to get people out and together enjoying our beautiful community. We're also really deeply involved in the Families First Prevention Services Act comprehensive prevention planning effort with our partners at Child Welfare and Probation, just making sure that the legacy we're building now continues to grow and improve and make a safer community for our children. And I'm going to hand it over to the rapid response crowd.
Thank you. Good morning. Next slide. As Rachel said, my name is Mimi. I'm the Emergency Response Supervisor for Child Welfare Services. And this is Malata, and we're going to talk about the Rapid Response Team. Next slide. So our program origin, we started because child welfare is required to offer preventative services and intervention strategies to families that we come in contact with through suspected child abuse reports. This rapid response team offers those strategies, offers the prevention services through case management, and they link families to services in the community. And the great thing about this program is that the only requirement is that they're coming through us, through a suspected child abuse report. So the families that we encounter through these reports, they don't have to be at risk of losing their children, and they don't have to have Medi-Cal, and they don't have to have any medical necessity to be referred to the rapid response team. It's a voluntary program, and we offer it to all the families that we make contact with. Next slide. And our team roles, so I supervise the investigators, and I have a team of 4 investigators, and I have 1 intake worker that we all collaborate with in making decisions.
Yeah, and then on the Victor side of things, our team is comprised of myself as the supervisor, and then we have 4 staff. Those 4 staff are broken up into 2 teams. Each has a case manager and a family support counselor that work together to meet the needs of families. And we have various backgrounds in things such as substance use disorder treatment, domestic violence, parenting strategies, special education, and behavioral interventions. So we're able to get in there and really meet the needs of families immediately.
So our team collaboration, we meet as the rapid response team and the child welfare team meets every morning, Monday through Friday, and we have our meeting called RED Team, that stands for Review, Evaluate, and Decide, or Determine, actually. And what that means is we review all the referrals that we've received the day before, the night before, and we evaluate all the information, history that we have on families. Is this a new family? What are their circumstances? What are their needs? Does it meet the criteria for a response? And if we do respond, is it appropriate, given the information that we already know about the family, is it appropriate to bring rapid response team out with our investigators on the initial contact so we get that face-to-face right in there right away? Or is this one that we should let the investigator go out, meet with the family, and then talk with the family about the rapid response team and see if they're interested in those services?
Awesome. So I'm super honored to share some of the recognition that we've gotten for this program since its start. we were the recipient of a merit award from the California Association of Counties in 2021. We were also a recipient of an achievement award from the National Association of Counties in 2022. We were also chosen to present at the Child Welfare Directors Association conference last October with great success. We both on the child welfare side of things and on the Victor side of things after that had different counties approach us with interest in implementing something like this in their counties. And we've also been invited to produce a virtual statewide webinar on the rapid response team with the California Training Institute that's to come.
And I think that all of this recognition really speaks to this, but I wanted to call out how innovative this program actually is. So when we presented at the County Welfare Directors Association conference last year, this team presented this program, and there was so much interest, so much, I think we didn't even quite understand how unique this program was, with having a community partner and our child welfare staff working so closely together on such intensive prevention efforts, prevention services, that we just get calls. I probably for a month after that got at least 2 calls a week on from other counties asking, like, how do we replicate this program? What are you doing? Tell us more. We want to build this in our counties. So it felt really good to have that kind of response.
Next slide. And I know we're really limited in time today, but these are some of our client testimonies. So I just wanted to read the first one, which is, I just wanted to express what a great job my advocates through Victor's Rapid Response Team are doing. Their support has been tremendous in helping me navigate this difficult process. I could never thank y'all enough. So really proud to be a part of this team.
So I'm Faye Hignite. I'm the administrative analyst for child welfare, and I'm really excited to share the data and outcomes with you today. Slide, please. Let's start with the numbers. So since the start of the program until March of 2023, there have been a total of 175 referrals for service to the Rapid Response Team. Of those, 57 has successfully closed the program, which means they met the goals that they set out with the RRT, or they were successfully linked to services. An additional 57 closed without successfully completing services, which means they either declined further services, they were non-compliant with services, they moved out of area, or the RRT was unable to contact them for 30 days, which resulted in case closure. In 36 instances, no contact was made with the RRT, as this is a voluntary program. And at the end of March, RRT was working with 18 families. Next slide, please. So now it's time to talk about our outcomes now that you've heard the numbers. And so how we're determining success of this program is by looking at recidivism. And recidivism is defined as a repeat child welfare investigation within a year or more of referral to RRT. So there's 3 disposition types you'll be seeing on a CWS investigation. The first is substantiated, where the allegation of abuse or neglect is found to be true. The next is inconclusive, where there is insufficient evidence to determine whether child abuse or neglect occurred. And finally, there's unfounded, where the allegation is found to be untrue. Let's look at the data, my favorite part. So of those who successfully closed, 81% did not have a repeat investigation, and the most likely disposition was unfounded. Next slide, please. For those who closed without successfully completing services, 60% had no investigation, and the most likely findings were inconclusive and substantiated upon investigation. When RRT did not make contact with the families, there was no investigation 70% of the time, and the most likely disposition upon investigation was inconclusive. So what conclusions can we make? Those who successfully closed with RRT are less likely to experience recidivism. Clients who close without completing services are more likely to have a repeat investigation and are more likely to have substantiations. And recidivism is also more likely when RRT does not make contact with the families. And finally, more data collection and more time is needed. Though this is super promising, there's only been a little over 2 years since RRT started, and so we need more time to have more data. The numbers are still small. And we need more time to say what happens in, say, 3 years or 5 years to determine the long-term efficacy of the program. So looking ahead, we've been invited by the Evidence-Based Clearinghouse, California's Evidence-Based Clearinghouse, to enter RRT as a promising practice. So this year we're going to be working on this application, which is quite extensive, but we're looking forward to that. And we're also going to be using in-depth case reviews for clients who completed RRT in 2021 to inform our comprehensive prevention plan that is, as Melody mentioned, part of our FFPSA effort to draw down Title IV funds to fund prevention planning. I'm really excited about what's coming next. Thank you guys so much for investing in this program. Are there any questions?
Thank you very much. Artie, you want to start?
Oh, thank you so much. Great presentation. I just want to commend you for your work. It's got to be tough. I think it's got to be tough to be part of that system, and like for investigators and a supervisor that manages and gets involved in people's personal lives with their children has got to be incredibly meaningful and rewarding, and also tough at points. So I just want to thank you so much for taking on that task. I don't have a lot of questions. I just had one question on the closure rate, the 157, then you had 57, 57, and 37 kind of adding up. And I know the goal is probably to close every single one of them with a successful outcome, but are you formulating goals in kind of to further the use of the data? And if so, where are you headed with it?
Like I said, we're going to be using in-depth case reviews. So we're going to be looking at a spectrum of closures as we look at 2021. So every single category that I mentioned that didn't close successfully is going to be looked at to kind of further look at what are the characteristics of these families, what reasons did they come to our attention, and what are the reasons that they either decided to decline services if we have that information, or when we lose contact, what is the context of that? Like, so we're going to be using that for our comprehensive prevention plan to identify the gaps in the service so that we can improve service to those families that are not closing successfully. Because yes, that is our goal. You know, and it's amazingly, 75% of the families that RRT encounters, they do engage. So if we can get that up even more, that's what we're trying to do.
Okay, yeah. And maybe I don't understand it fully, but if somebody says not interested, or they decline and they do not complete the program, is there some other wraparound service that our county offers to keep track of or monitor that progress in other areas? Or is there connections with like probation or health and human services or behavioral health? Or what are the connections there when we don't reach them, I guess is my question.
Well, I would actually defer to Malata, who would know why they're declining further services. We are tracking each family to see what their outcomes are over time, but in terms of what's happening when they're declining service, that would be.
Yeah, so as was kind of mentioned, this is a voluntary service, and it's part of what makes it so successful, right? Like this is, it's up to families whether or not they engage. We do go out of our way to we have had staff members chase people down streets, show up and knock on doors, go back when they see that the person's car is in the parking lot. So there are other services in the county, like wraparound services. But really what we're hoping is, we're doing our best to engage families out the gate. And then the other piece of it is that we are always open to going out again and offering our RT services again. So we've had a handful of families that come back through with another suspected child abuse report, and we try again and give them the opportunity. But that's kind of the options that we have available to us as our RT.
Okay, great.
And I'll add to that my social workers who go out and meet with these families, we have our rapid response team flyers. They'll leave with them, let them think about it, go back out. But also when the family says, just not right now because whatever's going on in their life, it's just one more thing that they see being added to their plate. Our social workers are really great about saying, well, call us if you change your mind. And I don't have specific numbers, but I can think of a couple of families that have called us and said, we need help now. And so then we bring it back to the team meeting that we do every day. We don't make decisions on our own. We bring it back to the team, and then we work to try to meet those needs for the families.
Great, thank you. Thanks for presenting today.
Yeah, thank you so much for the work you do, every one of you. I just echo what Hardy said about the challenges and the excitement, the difficulty and the excitement of working with folks in the situation. I want to commend you. I'll just start by commending you on the awards. That's awesome. For people who may not know, getting an award from CSAC means you're one of the best programs in the state, and an award from NACO means you're one of the best programs in the country. So kudos to Nevada County for continuing to be innovative. I'm so proud of all our folks who are thinking outside the box and doing this kind of great work. And I'm just curious about how you got the funding to do this. Maybe Rachel has to answer that, because we have so much trouble with all the requirements around the funding streams. I'm just curious how you made that work. And I bet the other counties are asking that.
They are asking that. So our funding, we're primarily using just our child welfare funding. We're using the money that we would be using in order to investigate referrals. So this is an investigation. We're just giving more robust services. We're also using some of our wraparound funding to serve these to serve the families in the rapid response team. And then there was also some funding that we diverted from when the juvenile hall, thank you, when juvenile hall closed. So there was some funding for programming in juvenile hall that we were using there. When they closed, we brought that back in-house and decided to focus on prevention for families.
Right. So are we going to be able to continue? Is there a consistent funding stream for this program? Wonderful. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Just sort of the first thought that always comes to my mind with programs like this is the breaking the chain of generational trauma, right? And so the studies are showing that that's really, to intervene there gives us this future results. And the more you talked about the RRT, it sounds like this is sort of what you're trying to do. Is that part of the whole purpose, is to get to these families now and prevent, break that chain? And you're all aware of that, and that's what, and you're teaching that even to clients? Is that what's happening?
Absolutely. I mean, I think that was really, really well put. Absolutely. What we have seen over the last, 100 years of child welfare, the evolution of child welfare, is that children do best when they stay with their families. Even if we remove them from their families and put them in foster care, which sometimes is necessary and appropriate, but even when we do that, they're going back to families that are struggling with mental health issues, substance abuse issues, issues related to poverty and homelessness. And so the best thing we can do for those children is to support their families. The best thing we can do is to intervene as early as possible and help with resolving all of those challenges that I just mentioned. So that, honestly, what we've seen has led us, all of the research, all of our experience as social workers and as a system shows us that the best thing we can do is support families rather than remove children from families, because they go back there.
Interesting. All right. Thank you so much for this report, and congratulations on all the awards. And yeah, let's get to zero. Right. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. I don't have a whole lot to add. Heidi hit right what a couple of the questions that I was going to ask. I mean, I'm just ever impressed. I think this whole wraparound idea is just significant. That what you're doing, I think it's so important. I mean, when you think of rapid response, I always think of getting in there right with some little thing, but really it's rapid because you bring all of those questions that they have and all those services into one moment. And I'll be happy when that number is higher, but I'll be happy when it's less and that we're not having to use it all. Like Heidi said, let's get down to zero. So I just commend you and your team. I think working in human services and social services is challenging at best. And what you guys do is remarkable. And so keep protecting our little babies out there and kids and help our parents grow. I think, there's a lot of trauma through periods of time that we can't even ever know or experience, right? So what you guys are doing is just incredibly important, and I appreciate it. This is a great, whatever we're talking, you just did a great presentation, right? And I think the other important part was too that, and I'm glad Heidi hit us, that there is funding for this. It's not something that is going away. It's not mandated that we aren't going to find it. And you guys continue to amaze me. This whole county is how innovative we are, and the things that we do that just keeps us spot on in the state. And for people to come and ask you what you're doing, that says a lot about a little community and what you're doing for our people. So again, thank you so much, and thank you for bringing this presentation today.
Lisa.
Thank you. Well, also, I want to echo all the comments made by my colleagues up here, and just thank you for all the work that you do. I think it takes a really special person to work with children, and especially children in the circumstances that you all have to work in. So I'm very, very appreciative. I know it's something that I personally could never do, but I have so much respect and admiration for people who do. Just one quick question. How closely do you work with law enforcement on referrals, and, at what point is there an intervention? Either you have to refer things to law enforcement if there's criminal charges. Is that something that is part of the program of work that you guys do?
Yes, we actually have to report any allegations of physical abuse, sexual abuse, emotional abuse, or severe neglect. So we are, from the time that we get the referral, we send the report over right away. When we investigate, or when we assign it for investigation, we will let that agency, whichever jurisdiction it is, we'll let them know that we've assigned it for investigation. We let them know who the social worker is. A lot of times there will be joint responses, so children are only interviewed once. Sometimes we get out before law enforcement, or law enforcement gets out before us, and then we communicate what our findings are. We have also had some situations where we've had to go out on an immediate response, which means we go out right now. And once our workers have gotten out there, they've determined that maybe RRT would be really good for this family. They'll talk with the parent or parents about RRT, and Malata's team has responded after hours on weekends, and we just get them in there right away. And law enforcement is aware of Rapid Response Team. They will ask us about it. Probation will ask us about it. Probation has made referrals to us saying this family would be a really good family for RRT. So the word's getting out in the community.
Yeah, I'm very appreciative of the collaboration with all the different agencies. I think that's truly how you build a great program, and how you have some great successes and outcomes. So thank you for that. And just thank Rachel for your leadership with your organization, in particular with this service that you provide, because I think that that's really important. So keep up the good work.
Thank you. And that's how we all feel about your job too, by the way. We're like, we could never do that, but we're so grateful for you for doing it.
Well, I'm just going to add my thanks. Thank you for all the work that you guys do in our community. And with that, is there any public comment on this item? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, any calls?
There's no callers, Chair.
Okay, very good. What I'd like to do is read the resolution, and then we'll vote on it, and then we'll come down for a photo op if that works for you guys. All right? So this is a resolution proclaiming April 2023 as Child Abuse and Neglect Prevention Month in Nevada County. Whereas in federal fiscal year 2021, around 316,000 children received a Child Protective Services investigation or alternative response nationwide, and whereas child abuse and neglect is a serious problem affecting every segment of our community, and finding solutions requires input and action from everyone in our community, and whereas our children are our most valuable resources and will shape the future of Nevada County, and whereas child abuse can have long-term psychological, emotional, and physical effects that can have lifelong consequences for victims of abuse, and whereas protective factors are conditions that reduce or eliminate risk and promote the social, emotional, and developmental well-being of children, and whereas effective child abuse prevention activities succeed because of the meaningful connections and partnerships created between child welfare, education, health community, and faith-based organizations, businesses, and law enforcement agencies. And whereas communities must make every effort to promote programs and activities that benefit children and their families, and whereas we acknowledge that we must work together as a community to increase awareness about child abuse and contribution to promote the social and emotional well-being of children and families in a safe, stable, nurturing environment, and whereas prevention remains the best defense for our children and families. Now, therefore, be it hereby resolved that the Nevada County Board of Supervisors approves this resolution proclaiming April 2023 as Child Abuse and Neglect Prevention Month in Nevada County, and urge all citizens to recognize this month by dedicating ourselves to the task of improving the quality of life for all children and families. Motion, please.
So moved.
Motion, Supervisor Hook.
Second?
Second, Supervisor Hall. Madam Clerk?
District 4,
District 4, yes.
District 3,
Yes.
District 1,
Yes.
District 5,
Yes.
and District 2.
Yes.
We'll go around.
Perfect, thank you.
Well, we're running a little bit behind, aren't we, Jesse? All right, our next agenda item is a resolution proclaiming April 23rd through April 29th, 2023 as National Crime Victims' Rights Week in Nevada County. Our Honorable District Attorney, Jesse Wilson.
Thank you for the introduction, Chair Schofield, and thank you, honorable members of the board, for this opportunity. One, specifically the opportunity to, again, allow my office to raise awareness around the issues surrounding victims' rights, and then also the opportunity to just highlight the efforts not only of advocates in my office, but the other community service providers that work diligently on a daily basis to support and serve the victims of crimes here in Nevada County. So thank you for that. Specifically today, as mentioned, what I'm here to do is request that the board designate next week as National Crime Victims' Rights Week here in Nevada County. This is a week that has been in place on the national level since 1981. The 2023 theme of the week involves survivor voices and specifically empowering survivors who have been victimized by crime to elevate, to engage, and to affect change. The week as a whole, the mission is threefold, and that again has gone back to 1981. What the purpose of this specific week is one, to increase visibility involving a variety of components of victimization, the effect that victimization has on individuals, as well as providing opportunities for victims to recover from the crime. And then it's also this annual renewal of the commitment to ensuring that each and every victim of a crime is informed of their rights and is also afforded the availability to have access to the proper services. And then finally, of course, the week itself is designed to honor every single past crime victim, whether they're with us currently or not. So That is the mission of National Crime Victims' Rights Week that we're asking the board to designate as next week. That's the current theme of it, and what it does is it tends to embody what our advocates do in our office on a daily basis on behalf of victims here of crimes in Nevada County. So the Victim Witness Assistance Center in Nevada County in some shape, way, or form has been in place and serving crime victims in Nevada County here for over 35 years. Currently in our office, we have 2 full-time advocates, we have 2 part-time advocates, and in 2022, they serviced almost 1,100 victims, and that includes victims out of the Truckee and Eastern County office, and then, of course, down in Western County in the Nevada City office. Amongst those almost 1,100 victims, they provided a totality of about 7,365 collective services that were provided in 2022 alone. So they are an extremely hardworking and efficient unit. Some of the services they provide, as you see on the slide, is court accompaniment, it's information, it's referrals, it's the facilitation of those referrals to get to the proper services that they need, it's outreach education, it's assistance with filling out paperwork associated with VCB, which is the California Victims Compensation Board, to reimburse them for financial losses that are associated with their victimization. Of course, emotional support, and another important component to their job functions is just working with other community service providers in sharing the resources to do what we can with what we have to try to provide the best quality service and support for the victims here in Nevada County. So they are a very diligent victim witness resource center, and they're very diligent advocates. And that's a good segue into introducing, I hope she's available here, our senior victim advocate, Lori Nunnick.
Thank you, Jesse. And good morning, Chair Schofield and the members of the board. Thank you so much for having us here. I will reiterate that we're so grateful for your time and your consideration. With that said, I know your time is short, so I will be brief. Again, my name is Lori Nunnick. I'm the Senior Victim Advocate with the Nevada County Victim Witness Assistance Center located at the Nevada City District Attorney's Office. This year, we are continuing to employ advocate interns with this SkillBridge internship program. It's a fantastic program. These are folks who are transitioning out of the military and sort of seeking interest in other avenues. Victim advocacy is a great place for them to learn if this is the place they'd like to be. So we've had great success in that. We continue to utilize those interns. We continue to collaborate for the development of a mass victimization response plan. This plan is funded through Cal OES grants. We are in discussions with our local OES to discuss how our program can be part of the overall local OES emergency response plan. So our goal is to create a comprehensive plan where the entire community can be positively impacted by the work that we do in the event of a mass victimization. We're also advancing the restorative justice program. This began with collaboration with the probation department, Fred Viola. It's designed to increase victim resiliency and reduce offender recidivism. That continues to grow. It did have a slow start, but it continues to grow. We've been working recently with CRC, which is a Conflict Resolution Center, to determine how they could participate and help advance the program. We're also in the midst of creating victim-friendly alternative sentencing literature. The one thing that we've discovered with our victims and through the criminal justice system is that these alternative sentencing programs are not widely understood. So our goal is to help our victims understand the significance of these programs and how they can not only help the community, but the offenders as well. We're also continuing to cultivate with community partners. You're going to hear from some of them in just a moment, so that we can create this comprehensive and constantly evolving program where we're meeting the needs of victims of crime. So with that said, I'm going to introduce you to Nicole McNeely. She is Executive Director of Court-Appointed Special Advocates, otherwise known as CASA. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Lori. Good morning, members of the board. Again, my name is Nicole McNeely, and I'm the Executive Director for Child Advocates of Nevada County. Let me start by saying that Child Advocates of Nevada County and Victim Witness have an ongoing partnership to provide advocacy services for children who have experienced abuse or neglect. Child Advocates currently operates 3 different programs that focus on education, prevention, and intervention. Our court-appointed Special Advocate Program, or more commonly known as CASA, uses highly trained community volunteers to advocate for children who have been removed from their homes due to abuse or neglect. In addition to serving 100% of the children in dependency court in Nevada County, we are also providing CASAs for the youth in the juvenile justice system. These youth have also experienced trauma in their young lives and need the support of a caring adult. CASAs advocate for probation youth and dependency court youth and visit them no matter where they are, even if that means traveling hours outside of our county lines. They also work with probation and dependency youth to identify pro-social activities, provide the transportation to the activities, and in some cases, provide the needed funding. Some of these activities include things like music lessons, martial art classes, summer camps, swim lessons, gymnastics, ballet, and other activities that reflect each child's specific interests. Providing a caring, committed adult to advocate for the best interest of our community's children and youth during a tumultuous time is the best way to guide them towards a safe, positive, productive future. Thank you. And now I'd like to introduce Elizabeth Ballman from Sierra Community House. She's the Director of Legal Assistance, Crisis Intervention, and Family Advocacy.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Lori, and members of the board. I'd like to share about Sierra Community House. We are the 2019 consolidation of 4 long-standing organizations in the North Lake Tahoe region and Truckee, Tahoe Safe Alliance, Project Mana, and the 2 family resource centers, North Tahoe Family Resource Center of Truckee and Family Resource Center of Truckee and North Tahoe Family Resource Center. And Tahoe Safe Alliance was the longstanding domestic violence and sexual assault relief agency. There have been many benefits of our consolidation, but one is reducing the stigma and protecting the confidentiality of survivors. So when survivors are coming in through our doors, they're not necessarily, as far as anyone would know, coming in for victim services. They might be coming in for baby massage or taxes or other kinds of routine assistance. The services provided by Sierra Community House include crisis intervention and prevention, hunger relief, mediation and legal assistance, family support, and community engagement. And we provide these services to about 4,000 community members every year. These services include critical immigration law services, which help victims establish lawful immigration status as a result of cooperation with law enforcement, which improves trust and communication in the community. Our contact is here on the slide, sierracommunityhouse.org. My email is here as well, and our 24-hour helpline number, 800-736-1060, serves about 500 community members every year. And with that, I'd like to introduce Allison, Acting Executive Director of Community Beyond Violence.
Hi, thank you, Elizabeth, and thank you, members of the board. My name is Allison Bischoff-Berger. I'm the Acting Executive Director of Community Beyond Violence. And Community Beyond Violence has been serving victims and survivors of domestic violence and sexual assault in Western Nevada County since 1978. We provide crisis intervention services through our 24/7 crisis line and also in our office in Grass Valley. We also offer ongoing supportive services such as individual counseling and case management. We have a 90-day emergency shelter as well as an amazing team of housing case managers that work with our clients to find permanent and stable housing when their time at our shelter is up. This program has reduced the number of clients exiting into homelessness by over 90%. We also have received additional funding this year for our housing program, which will allow us to continue this work and increase the number of victims we're able to support in overcoming barriers to finding housing. A few of the big projects that we have going on for 2023 for victims and survivors of crime in Nevada County. Well, first and foremost, April is also Sexual Assault Awareness Month, and we are partnering with Sierra Harvest on the Bandana Project, which will bring awareness to sexual violence amongst farm workers. We also this year have a new partnership with Dignity Health and all 3 local law enforcement agencies on sexual assault mobile response team. There's a major gap in services in Nevada County for sexual assault survivors, as we do not provide forensic medical exams locally. So all survivors must go to Sacramento to get these services. Our experience is that upon learning this, most victims will opt out of a medical forensic exam. One of our goals for the program, the Sexual Assault Response Team program, is to better meet the needs of sexual assault survivors through the best medical care, law enforcement engagement, and advocacy that we have the capacity to provide locally. We also have a gun violence and domestic violence fatality project. We are one of many domestic violence agencies that received funding through the California Partnership to End Domestic Violence to address gun violence in California. Over half of domestic violence fatalities are committed with guns, and a victim is 5 times more likely to be killed by their intimate partner when guns are in the home. This program will help us to educate the community on the use of both domestic violence restraining orders and gun violence restraining orders, which are particularly underutilized as a protective measure. And the goal is to decrease the risk of domestic violence fatality across the state. Thank you so much for having me.
And finally, members of the board, this is a list on this next slide of things that we're doing, again, in line with the mission and the theme of National Crime Victims' Rights Week to bring awareness to this. We have a social media presence that includes Facebook, county website. We distribute out to the community and to our justice partners awareness pins. We provide additional pamphlet information inside the DA's lobby. We do bus advertising on 3 buses that runs April through June, and it says possible daily, and we have locked in at least for the next 5 days of next week to do daily interviews with KNCO to, again, highlight different aspects of victims' rights and in line with that. So with that, I would just like to, again, go back over and thank you all for your continued support and acknowledgement of crime victims and crime victim service providers. And that concludes the presentation, and we'll open it up to questions if you have any questions.
Thank you, Jesse. Lisa, you want to start it off?
No questions, but thank you for the work that you're doing on this. I think it's really valuable, and also for the collaboration with all the various agencies that are involved. So thanks for the work. And if you have extra pins that you're going to pass out, I would love to wear one next week to support
I brought
the
a
work
pin
that
for
you're
each of
doing.
you.
Oh, great. I kind of thought maybe you would. Thank you.
Heidi?
Thank you so much, Jesse, and to your whole team for this presentation and for educating us and the public on all the things you do. I'm glad there's a couple things you raised, and I'm glad on the lack of forensic exams for sexual violence victims concerns me. It has concerned me for a while. I did raise it with the sheriff a couple years ago, and I believe the explanation was that we don't have enough cases to justify the cost of doing it here, and also finding the staff, the nurses, if I remember that correctly. But then we run into that, that cycle of, well, women who are traumatized if they're not provided the support they need after sexual assault, they're not necessarily going to run down to Sacramento. So would love to continue that conversation if there's something we can do to provide that service to women. I don't know if there's a response you have to that.
Well, the only response would be, I think, and I don't remember what Allison said exactly, but it's a glaring gap that needs to be filled at some point. It's not, I don't think it's unique to Nevada County having this issue with having to go down to Sacramento. But that being said, the discussions are continual, and I think there are efforts being made to bridge that gap. And Allison, I don't know if anything you want to add as to what Supervisor Hall, her question or response.
Yeah, I mean, nothing specific except for that it is definitely a major gap, and it's also a huge barrier for people who've experienced sexual assault. So one of our goals through this program is to just really have more conversations around what we can do here locally and how, if at all, we can kind of overcome some of those barriers.
Thank you so much for taking that on and trying to address that. And please note that I am personally interested in helping bridge that gap if there's more we can do on that. Very, very much would like to help with that. I was also interested in hearing about the gun violence restraining orders, and maybe that's something at some point you could tell us more about or make sure that the public is aware of that. Again, for cases of domestic violence, seems like that would be very useful.
Yeah, that's one of the goals of this project. It's mostly an outreach project, actually. So it will be around bringing more information and education to the community about the use of gun violence restraining orders, where they can help folks. We already assist with a lot of domestic violence restraining orders, and there is a firearm clause in a domestic violence restraining order. So the firearms need to be removed from the home if someone receives a domestic violence restraining order. But gun violence restraining orders are just another option that can be used, for other things as well, like suicide prevention and workplace violence and things like that. So we are developing more information around that, and we'll have that.
Great. So pleased that you're looking at all these issues, Jesse. This is really great that all these programs. And then I just have to do my usual plug for the CASA program. That I was a CASA before I came on the board. Very, very rewarding experience. And if I could just highlight that at the time, I don't know if that's the case everywhere all the time or just, sometimes, but at the time, every organization that was involved in supporting the child had multiple cases. So the lawyer had 50 cases, the social service worker had 30 to 40 to 50 cases. But the CASA had one case, that one child, and so we got to just be involved with every single show up for school issues, for parent issues, for show up in court to support the child, the one person who just supported the child and no one else. So I know we were always, when I was there, we were always looking for more CASAs, parents, young people even who are willing to engage in a child's life that way and be a volunteer to help support them through this process. So just want to make a pitch for that. Again, I think that's a super, super valuable program, and it was also personally very rewarding. Thank you.
No questions, but thank you for bringing this forward. I think it's, I don't think even our community realize how much opportunity and what's available to a victim. This is a huge outpouring of information, and I really appreciate it. I feel like it's kind of one of those things that we don't all hear about every day. And so bringing this into light is really important. And I will definitely be wearing my pin next week and sharing this information. I think that's how we do get a message out. And I look forward to hearing you on the radio with the programming. I think reaching out to the people is our job, right? It's always this education part that we seem like as much as you tell, we don't tell it enough, right? And these are all so vital. And thank you all for the work you do in all the areas. Heidi, the CASA, all this, Allison. I mean, I would echo Heidi's comments for sure on how do we protect those victims and do that in a small community, because we really are still relatively small. So commend you all for the work you're doing. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I think a lot of it's been said, but thank you, Jesse, for bringing all this forward and providing all the information. It's the one piece about CASA, I'd like to put a plug in. They're a contributor to our Heart of Gold ride for teen mental wellness, and I think today's a great example of how all these things are interlaced and connected together. And Ed and I, Supervisor Schofield and I, were in a teen juvenile justice meeting yesterday and talking about those pieces, and just my encouragement to continue to make connections inside our organization to serve our community, because I see that is alive and well, and it's probably harder than it looks from our position because we sit up here and we see the good work, but there's a lot of work that goes in behind that. So just thank you one and all to providing that services, and please reach out. I think to Taylor would be the best person to connect with, but make sure that the county as a whole, through our general messaging and our social media, are supporting this going on next week. So I think there's a lot of work. And then and as one supervisor on my social media and feeds and connections, I'd like to help you promote this as well. So please keep me in the loop with ways that I can do that for you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Jesse, also I want to thank you, and your team here for the work that you do here and echo everybody else here. And I just kind of see where we just had a resolution on child abuse and prevention and for the month of April. And I can see where this is just kind of fits well together, and I'm sure you guys all work as a team, and it says a lot for Nevada County, I believe. So with that, is there any public comment on this item? Seeing none. Julie, any callers or emails?
No callers or emails, Chair.
Very good. What I'd like to do, I'm not going to read the entire resolution if it's okay with you, but there is the resolution proclaiming April 23rd through the 29th as National Crime Victims Week in Nevada County. And through the whereas, I get down to this reaffirms Nevada County's commitment to creating a victim service and criminal justice response that assists all victims of crime during Crime Victims' Rights Week and throughout the year, and to express our sincere gratitude and appreciation for those community members, victim service providers, and criminal justice professionals who are committed to improving our response to all victims of crime, so that they may find relevant assistance, support, justice, and peace. Now, therefore, be it hereby resolved that the Board of Supervisors of the County of Nevada, State of California, does hereby proclaim the week of April 23rd through 29th, 2023 as Victims' Rights Week. And I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Motion Supervisor Hall.
Second.
Second Supervisor Swarthout. Madam Clerk?
District 4.
Yes.
District 3.
Yes.
District 1.
Yes.
District 5.
Yes.
And District 2.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Jesse. Now I think we'll skip the photo op. Okay. Yeah, really, I wish you guys were here.
Can you toss some pins our way, Jesse?
Yeah, Jeff, do you want to walk these up, or do you want me to walk
Yeah,
them up?
just give them to the clerk.
Thanks to everybody who was on the call presenting. Thank you all.
Yeah. Good seeing you.
Chair
Mary.
Schofield, may we please have a photo op with the board for Mr. Wilson?
Oh, sure. Okay, we will move to our next agenda item, and at this point, we will be introducing Tricia Tillison. Our next item is the acceptance of Caltrans' presentation regarding the California Road Charge Program. Tricia?
Good morning, Tricia Tillotson. I'm your Community Development Agency Director. And for this presentation today, we have a guest speaker, Lauren Prahoda, Caltrans Road User Charge Program Manager. And with that, I'll hand it over to Lauren.
Thank you so much. Good morning, Mr. Chair, Supervisors. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. As she noted, my name is Lauren Prohoda, and I'm from Caltrans. And I'm here today to share some information with you about an issue that's coming down the road at the state, some of the things that we are doing to prepare potential solutions, and some opportunities for you to be involved, and just an opportunity to provide feedback and input and ask questions. So with that, thank you. As you may be aware, the vast majority of our transportation system in the state is funded by the state gas tax. That's state roads, county roads, city roads, transit, everything that we rely on to get around and do the things we need to do. And we have relied on that system for 100 years now. But as we look to the future, the gas tax isn't going to be there for us in the same reliable way that it was in the past. And that's because of a couple different issues. First off, our vehicles are getting more fuel efficient, which is a fantastic thing in so many ways. But if you're buying less fuel, that means you're also paying less in gas tax. Secondly, we have an increasing number of Californians who are switching to vehicles that use alternative fuels and so are not buying any gas tax or paying any gas tax. Thirdly, we've seen a lot of inflation and loss of purchase power in what the gas tax can support. This is not as much of an issue at the state level, where when the legislature passed SB 1 in 2017, they did index the state gas tax to inflation. But at the federal level, as there is also a federal gas tax, that has not been increased since the early 90s, so it is not going the distance that it used to go. And as these three issues continue to grow, what we're seeing is an increasing uneven fuel tax burden amongst the citizens of the state. Those who cannot afford newer, more fuel-efficient vehicles, or maybe need to have larger vehicles because of their way of life, are paying more on average to use the road than some of their counterparts. So as we look at this issue coming down at us, the state has been looking at a potential solution, if you want. Thank you. And that's the research program that I get to head up. And what we're exploring is a potential replacement to the state gas tax, a different collection method for this revenue, called a road use charge or road charge. This is basically switching from a per gallon fee to a per mile fee. Very much a user pays concept of taxing that really is similar to paying a utility bill or things like that. So you're paying for how much you use the road. The way the administration is looking at this is, again, a replacement for the state gas tax, that there would be one per mile rate for all passenger vehicles. That, again, this is a revenue neutral research project. We're not necessarily looking to increase the amount of revenue coming into the state, but again, stabilize that existing funding source that we all currently rely on to do these key transportation aspects. And there's not necessarily any structure in there for changing behavior, such as different fees by different time of day or things like that. It's just a flat access fee to, again, focusing on stabilizing that revenue. Next slide, please. So I just want to give an illustration of what that issue that I mentioned about the uneven fuel tax burden. And so this is just an example of some vehicles you find in California with a range of fuel efficiency. And you can see on the low end, you have electric vehicles that are not paying too much. On the high end, very low fuel efficient vehicles that are paying a lot for the same number of miles driven. And what we tend to see in our research is that those on the low fuel efficiency end tend to be in either very disadvantaged communities in our state or in more rural areas. So they are paying more on average to use the road in those communities than perhaps their urban counterparts who can afford these newer, more fuel efficient vehicles or have a place for them in their way of life. Next slide. But under a potential road charge system, you can see that kind of brings costs into balance, what people are contributing to road maintenance into balance, so people are paying the same to use the road. And with that, some people would be paying less, some people would be paying more. So that's kind of how that works out in terms of the numbers. Next slide, please. So I just want to give a brief overview of how this system might work. This is an illustration, high-level illustration of kind of the back office operations. And what we envision is a state oversight agency that would certify third-party private account managers that would handle the daily interaction with the taxpayer in terms of the collection of the mileage reporting, development of the invoice, the collection of the tax paid, and then they would take that and provide to the state the number of miles and the tax due. There's a number of advantages that a lot of states who have been studying this idea have seen in this model. The first being lower administrative costs. We've looked at building, using account managers that are already kind of doing a lot of account management in their existing business model, so we can build on top of that. For example, a tolling agency or potentially usage-based insurance or things like that. When we can build off of that existing business model, that brings a lot of efficiencies, and so we can keep the administrative costs down. Secondly, just in terms of privacy and the public's comfort with who sees their data, it tends to be that the public is more comfortable with private entities handling their data than the government. So we want to bring that comfort level into the system. And then thirdly, we want the system to be flexible and be able to move into the future with advances in technology that we can't even imagine right now. And it tends to be that the private sector can adapt to changes in technology more easily than the state can. So this system kind of brings together all of those potential flexibilities and savings. Next slide. What the taxpayer sees is not really all that back office stuff, but the taxpayer has a range of options to choose from on how to report their mileage. And this is important for a number of reasons. The first being privacy issues. In our society today, we are constantly faced with trade-offs in how we handle our data between privacy and efficiency. And different people have different priorities in that choice. So we feel that it's very critical to provide this range of options from very low tech to very high tech so that people can be making that choice for themselves in how they handle their data and how much they share. Low tech option, for example, would be something like a third-party odometer read. So you can envision something like a smog check type situation where you would go in and have a third party read your odometer, report it, done. There's no technology involved, no tracking, nothing like that. On the other end, a lot of vehicles coming off the line these days have in-vehicle telematics built in that's constantly just automatically reporting vast amounts of information to the car companies. And that could be definitely utilized for those who like that efficiency and find value in all of that information. So that's really one of the key reasons for having this range, but we also need to be prepared for the fleet that's in California that has a vast range in terms of the technology that it can absorb. We have some very classic vehicles to very new vehicles. Also, we have communities that have different comfort levels with technology. And so we want to just make sure that this is as flexible as possible and, again, give the taxpayer choice so that they have that control in choosing what works best for them. Next slide, please. So I just want to give you a sense of the national picture and where California fits into this. Every state is facing this issue and figuring out how we're going to need to stabilize our revenue in the future. There are 3 states that already have active road charge programs, Oregon, Utah, and Virginia. A number of states, the ones in green, have done pilots testing this system in their state. And all the blue ones are doing active research exploring this as a potential replacement mechanism for the gas tax. In addition, in last year's federal transportation bill, Congress included a national road charge pilot that we expect to get underway this year. So there's a lot of interest, and you can see, it's coast to coast, it's in the center, it's red and blue, around this idea of this user-based fee as a potential future stable revenue tool to support our key transportation needs. Next slide, please. So what has Caltrans done? We have done a number of pilots in the state that have kind of built on each other. Our first pilot was directed by the legislature. They passed a bill in 2014 to test out this idea. That pilot was finished in 2017. Largest pilot still to date in the nation, with only over 5,000 people statewide participating. And it was found to be generally a feasible concept that we could potentially use in California. But it also recommended some areas for future study. So that's where our following pilots are building on. In 2021, we did a pilot that kind of explored easy ways to make it as easy as possible for the taxpayer to report mileage, again, by building off some existing systems, such as usage-based insurance or ride-sharing or other things. And then our next one, I'm going to get to a little bit more in a moment. Our public-private roads project is kicking off. It's just kicked off a week or two ago. And then we'll have another one coming up that, again, the legislature directed us to do, that provides us the authority to collect actual revenue from our pilot participants to test the state administrative flows of data and money. Next slide, please. But the one we're doing right now is particularly the one I'm here to talk about and share with you as an opportunity for you guys to be engaged. Our public-private roads project is something that we developed to hit on one of those recommendations from the first pilot of we need to do more work studying the impact of the system on rural and tribal drivers. We need to understand how this might work within the unique needs of those communities and what their priorities are. We've done a lot of research, particularly in terms of the impact to rural drivers. And what that research has found is that on average, rural drivers will likely pay less in taxes in a switch to road charge because they tend to drive those less fuel-efficient vehicles. So that means that right now, under the current gas tax system, they're paying more, and so a switch to road charge could potentially bring that down. But doing research is not enough. We want to have interaction. We want to reach out to people and get feedback and input. So that's really the focus of this pilot, is engaging rural drivers and tribal drivers in experiencing this idea, living with the system a little bit, testing it out. We are specifically testing one of the high-tech reporting methods that uses GPS technology, because one of the things we want to explore, is there any benefit to rural drivers in being able to understand when they've driven on public roads where they should be taxed versus private roads where they should not? How does that change things for them? Is it valuable? Don't know the answer to that. It could be yes, it could be no, but that's why you explore things in research. So that's what we're trying to achieve in this. Next slide, please. And just, engage in some of these questions of, what could the positives be? What could the negatives be? Are there potentially lower taxes? Could we, avoid charges on private property? How might things interacted with bulk fuel prices or mixed fuel types, freight rates, for the agricultural community? All of these things we want to dig into. Next slide, please. So again, as I mentioned, we've just kicked off this pilot. And there is still an opportunity to sign up to participate in it. We are offering incentives of up to $250 per participant to basically drive around for 6 months, as you usually would, view some invoices, and take a couple of surveys and give us your input and just live with it and experience a bit. You can sign up for that on our website. Should have been on this slide. I don't know why it's not, but which is caroadcharge.com. This is where you can sign up if you are interested in doing that in the next week or two. We're also seeking opportunities to engage with communities. If there are community groups in your communities that you think would be interested in hearing about this potential program and what the state is exploring, we're happy to come and engage, share some information, take questions and feedback. again, we're really focused through this effort of bringing the rural voice to the table as this is being developed, so that we can make sure that their priorities and concerns are heard and addressed as we're shaping this potential solution for the issues the state is facing. So with that, my contact information is here. And again, that's the link to our website that has much more information, and again, also where you can sign up to participate in the pilot. Also, if you are interested in understanding what the numbers look like for you, we have a calculator on that website where you can put in your own car and the number of miles that you drive, and you can get an estimate of what you currently pay under the gas tax and what you might pay under a road charge, because always it comes down to the numbers and what we're interested in. So with that, happy to take any feedback, input, questions, and thank you so much for allowing me to come and share about this today.
Good presentation, Laura. Thank you. Sue?
So I just have a question. So looking at the overall financial part of this, so you're saying that we drive less, or we don't spend as, it will be cheaper in a rural community. So how's the funding going to get spread out over rural communities? Like we survive on our gas tax in the public works, right? So how are you going to make that even? If you're telling us now it's going to be less, so are we going to get less? I mean, is that part of this program?
Yeah, no. So there are existing funding formulas in state statute about how all the revenue that comes in is spent and handed out to cities and counties and the state. We aren't necessarily looking at changing those formulas. What we're doing is trying to stabilize the pot that they flow from. So it's the overall statewide pot. So it would not affect the money that counties are receiving.
Okay, interesting. I'll be interested to see how the private road part of this plays out, because we have a lot of private roads in rural communities. It's very different than in urban. That's why I'm just wondering, though, how's that going to cut that back? And, you know, we are all on a thin line of funding as it is, and so that is a little bit concerning to me. And then I'm just curious, so I see they're going to pay somebody to do the pilot $250. So that amounts there to compensate the folks because they're going to be paying the gas tax and the mileage?
Actually, for this pilot, it's only a simulated road charge, so they're not actually paying anything. It's just compensating them for their time and input.
Okay, no, this was interesting. I've seen this, and every time I learn something a little new or I have a few more questions, so I appreciate you being here. And I'm sure there'll be some other entities that'll be interested in providing this, so I'll look forward to that too. All I have right now.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation, Lauren. And you and I traded emails for days going on trying to put a meeting together, so I'm glad this came forward. Thank you, Tricia, for bringing this forward, because I had a bunch of questions on it. My question is along Supervisor Hook's question, which is we've heard that the program for gas tax maintenance is oversubscribed and that our funding is dwindling in the support network. So I still don't understand how this won't affect that.
Well, it will affect it, hopefully in a positive way. So again, the gas tax, and then you add in diesel tax and things like that, it's about 85% of our funding statewide. Again, for state roads, county roads, and city roads, and then public transit and things like that as well. So what we're trying to do is, as we look towards the future, because of these issues, that funding is going to be decreasing. And I'm not saying it's happening tomorrow, but we're trying to plan ahead, right, to make sure that the amount of funding that we have stays the same. So basically we're trying to develop this new collection method that is fair for folks, that is transparent, and that will help us, have stable funding into the future, because the gas tax is just, once we've all transitioned away, at some point in the future to electric vehicles, alternative fuel vehicles, no one will be paying the gas tax. So we need to find another way to fund our roads. So we're trying to keep the same amount of revenue. And again, this question will go to the legislature. The legislature could decide that they want to increase the amount of revenue. That discussion could be had in the legislature, of course.
Okay.
But that's what we're trying to do, is that on the incoming side, this is what we're trying to stabilize that pot of money.
Yeah, it sounds like some policy making downstream is what we're asking about. which is probably what we care most about, is bringing the dollars back to our rural roads. So I guess we'll have to just watch the process and keep talking with you.
Yeah, and I know that there are a number of rural counties, especially counties that are in high tourist areas like Tahoe, that are interested in, including ideas of VMT in the equation that's not there now. That's outside of the scope of my research program. I'm more focusing on the incoming side, not the outgoing side. But the legislature, I'm sure when or if this comes up, all of that could potentially be part of the discussion.
Okay, and just one more quick comment, thank you. In our kind of California climate, just speaking from one board member, I think unless you include a change in the consumer behavior, it's not going to go anywhere. It's not going to get passed in the legislature. And my feeling is that everything significant we've done includes changes to consumer behavior, carpooling, all of those things. So in my opinion, I think that should be looked at in this study.
Thank you. And, we are working with a lot of our local partners who, at the regional level, managing some of those congestion impacts and changing behavior with carpooling and things like that through various things. We do try to partner with that. It's tough. It's a little bit more difficult to handle those behavior aspects at the state level because our state is so large and diverse, and obviously what works in Reading is not going to work in LA. So we do partner with the regional agencies, the RTPAs and MPOs, and because they're at the regional level better suited a little bit. So it's kind of works together. So the statewide program is really kind of doing that base level of trying to stabilize that funding and then partner with the regional efforts.
Okay, thank you.
Lisa?
Thanks. Thank you. Great presentation. Just a couple questions. So what kind of assurances do you have from the gas and oil companies that if the gas tax were to go away, that they will truly lower the price of gas? Because once once a consumer pays a certain price for something, that's the established price. So if right now we're paying $4.89 a gallon average, I think, in Nevada County for gas. So say you're going to lower that by 50 cents, which is what the gas tax is, a little bit over 50 cents. But I don't see the gas companies lowering their prices. I think they're going to just keep the money. So what kind of assurances do you have from private industry that it'll still be the same, plus then we'll be required to pay, I calculated what mine would be, like the $32 a month if I had to pay the, whatever you're calling this fee. What's the guarantee?
It's an excellent question, an excellent real world question. At this time, we have not engaged, my program has not engaged with the oil industry. So I cannot speak to that, what they may or may not do. I think some of your vision is not unfounded. I think that would be part of the conversation if this policy is taken up before the legislature, that would be one aspect that could be considered in that debate. But again, I have not directly had any conversations with that industry at this time.
Is it something that they're going to be looking at as they move forward with this? Will somebody be engaging with private industry on this project?
I would expect so. I would expect that conversation to happen a little bit above my head, though.
Thank you. Well, and then the other thing too, and I agree with Supervisor Bullock, without any real consumer change, I'm not quite sure how this is going to work. And rural communities, it's punitive because we don't have those options for public transit or for carpooling or for a lot of the things that more urban environments have where people have a choice. They don't have to always drive. So I'll be really curious to see the outcomes of using some people in the rural environment, because that was my other question, was how many people of the 5,000 that you already studied came from rural communities, if any, and what the differences would be. I mean, this idea has been floating around for a long time. This isn't the first presentation that I've heard about this. And it seems like there's a lot of things that need to be worked out to make it fair. For example, you're saying right now that drivers who drive low efficiency vehicles pay $90 I think it's a month, it's not $90 a month in gas tax. Well, which I do have a low efficiency vehicle, I fill my car up twice a month, so I'm only paying about $16 a month in gas tax. So how is it fair if everybody is going to be taxed the same?
So the idea being that it is a fee that is the same for the amount of mileage driven. So it's the amount of how much you use the road. So what individuals pay will vary on two things: how much they drive and what type of vehicle they drive, the fuel efficiency of their vehicle. So that's why I say when we look at the shift from a gas tax system to a road charge system, potentially, those who have less fuel efficient vehicles could end up paying less. Now, that doesn't account for the mileage factor. So, if someone is driving a lot, they're still going to, on average, be paying more potentially than others, but they'd be paying less than they would have been because of the different per mile rate. So that's what we talk about in terms of bringing in the fairness. We can't necessarily address the distance issue. Rural drivers have farther to go. That is true, and they do not have the transit options. You're absolutely right. And that is there, and that's part of the issues we face in our state with housing and the continued spread that we have. So I can't necessarily address all of that, but on the per mile basis, we are bringing a little bit more fairness into the system. So it does not solve every issue, no, that we have, but it is bringing, I think, some more fairness into what individuals pay based on how much they're using the road.
So there's going to be measurements by individual drivers on that, or you're just going to average it all out?
No, each individual driver reports the mileage that they have driven.
And you're still working out how that's going to work.
Right, that's one of the things we're testing in this pilot, is one of the reporting options.
I know. Thank you.
Thank you for this presentation, and I commiserate with you. I understand what you're trying to do, and I think it's the right general direction to go. You're trying to build a Christmas tree to fix this one problem, and every one of us and everyone else out there wants to hang their ornaments on that tree to create something different. So I commiserate. But I do have to, I'm going to have my own ornament. And I don't know what input you're taking. It sounds like what you've proposed in terms of the even cost is part of the package. But honestly, if all this has to go to the legislature and that's piece of it, in this state, we are a leader in combating climate change, and we're moving towards electrification. And to remove the incentive for people to buy electric or hybrid cars, and to remove the incentive for people to get out of, low mileage sort of gas guzzlers does not make any sense. So I understand the need to equalize it, but given all of the other rules and regulations and approaches that the state is trying to go, I think Caltrans needs to take this on too. It needs to be ensuring that there is more funding for public transportation, including in rural areas. It does need to folks who are using low efficiency cars should have to pay a little bit more, and those who have invested in electric cars should get a benefit from that. There's a piece of those who can't afford to make that switch, and that's a piece of the pie that I think needs to be addressed as well. But if you're taking comments on that, I think we need to continue to incentivize people to switch out of high, gas use vehicles, and Caltrans needs to be on board with us shifting, and the public transportation piece for rural areas has to be a big piece of it. Separate from that, I agree. I think that tracking the private roads is going to be a real challenge, but it will be fascinating to see how you manage to do that, and you are going to have to do that if you switch to this. So I appreciate the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, and I appreciate all ornaments. And I will just note that, obviously Caltrans is committed to the goals of the state in terms of the climate change efforts that we are making. And I think some of the good news is that, so as a state, we have many, many important goals: climate change, equity, stabilizing revenue, all those things. And as you noted, one tool often does not achieve all the goals. So we have to look across our toolbox of tools. And that's, I talked about partnering with the local level a lot, and some of the climate change goals are being held, being pursued through those local pricing efforts, which are slightly different from road charge where we're focused on revenue. In terms of the climate change incentives, I think the good news is that the state has a lot of very strong incentives in terms of the upfront purchase incentives, both the state and federal level, also, various carpool lane access. What research has shown is that those incentive programs are very key in terms of that decision to purchase an alternative fuel vehicle, not as much the ongoing costs. So, I think, we've looked at this carefully because we absolutely, to your point, we want to make sure that we are not getting in the way of the state's climate change goals. But it's also a question of balancing between that and equity. So we're aware that, as you noted, low fuel efficiency vehicles tend to be owned by those who are at the lower end of the economic scale. And so, how do we balance equity with those climate change things? And looking, again, across the toolbox of the state, noting that we have very effective tools in those upfront incentive purchase rebates, we can potentially focus a little bit more over here on equity. And so it's a balance. You guys know how complex governing can be and how, balancing those things. But they're all excellent points, and we're trying to consider all of those things.
Well, I appreciate that response. It's a good point you made. Thank you.
Thanks, Ed. I have one other question. So how are you going to manage interstate commerce and travel? Okay, that's a huge thing. I just wondered, did they figure out what that tax increment is?
So it's an excellent question. Travel between states is definitely an issue. If it's an issue in California, you can only imagine how much of an issue it is in New England. So it's very important for us to figure out. And what we're looking at is a system, being inspired by a system that's currently in place. If you're familiar with the International Fuel Tax Agreement, that's the system that's currently there that sorts out gas taxes from interstate trucking. And so basically the idea is it's a central clearinghouse that trucking companies report the number of miles and the gas taxes they've done per state, and it helps sort that so the revenue goes to the appropriate state. So we've actually tested a similar clearinghouse model with the state of Oregon, and a number of states. We've worked together because, again, a lot of states are working at this to do that together, and so we think that that's a pretty good path that could support it. Now, I do not think that all states would potentially transition to this program overnight at the same time. So there would likely be a transition period where the gas tax would remain in place because we'd have to handle all these states being at different points on their journey. And how we would handle that is basically those who had switched to a road charge system would receive credits for the gas taxes that they've paid, so they would not be double taxed during that transition period. Does that make sense?
It makes sense. Yeah, we're going to need to move on here. And I know we've got people here that have been waiting some time for public comment. So what I'd like to do at this point is open it, public comment. Just come to the podium. You have 3 minutes to make your statements. And if you have questions, direct the questions to me if you would. Well.
I live in 42 Ridge Road. The question I would ask, your gas tax now is used for road maintenance and expansion. What if another form of transportation used your right-of-way but had minimal effects as far as damaging the road right-of-way? I'm talking about using high silica steel rail embedded in your right-of-way in the street. The automobile could still use it, but a rail vehicle could also use it. How would you face that kind of problem or solution?
You're asking me, Al.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. Now, before I go to that question, do you have any other questions? I don't want to take away from your 3 minutes.
I know, I believe Caltrans is overbuilt anyway. You know, I came off of ships where we always had backup systems. Like on my last ship I was on, the Enterprise. We had, in fact, 3 systems to lubricate the main shafting. But we're overbuilt in this country so much for the automobile that we've neglected other forms. And in Europe, where my father's from, 60% of the freight is moved by rail, and 40% is moved by truck. And trucks are also heavily taxed. So I think we need to balance out our modes of transportation in this country. Thank you.
Thank you, Al. Very good point. And to his questions, Laura?
Right. So, you know, the policy of the state, if we look at the California Transportation Plan, is to support movement towards multiple modes and creating the most effective transportation system. So we definitely have, I mean, if you think about the light rail system in Sacramento, you know, that's going, the train is moving on city roads, right? So you could potentially do that as well. So those funding for those type of projects is something that the gas tax can currently support, whether it's through, I'm not going to get into the details of all the different accounts about where things flow because that's too much, but that is a potential use of pulling those together. It can be done, it just has to go through, you know, the proposal process and environmental and all those things. Now, I will say the one rail element that would not support is high-speed rail. There is no gas tax that goes to high-speed rail. That's funded by other sources.
Very good.
Yes, my name is Rick Frederking, and I live on Durborough Road in Grass Valley. And basically, I would like to ask the Board of Supervisors to essentially reject the program as it's being presented and suggested to us. They're basically trying to replace the gas tax. The gas tax is very effective. It's been proven for what it does. It's been in place since all of us were born, probably. As a driver, I go in any gas station whenever I want at my own convenience, purchase by fuel, by cash, charge, drive away. My tax is automatically and anonymously paid. I have exact control over my budget. There's no additional bureaucracy required to enforce or implement this tax, or additional participation and uncertainty on my part. The system works just fine for the vast majority of vehicles currently on the road. Now, if this was being proposed as a supplement and just leave the gas tax alone and create a parallel system to deal with these electric and other vehicles that are right now a tiny component of the overall transportation system, then it could organically grow as that component changes. And like she's already touched in on things like using the existing smog systems and stuff to plug in and check mileage verification. This has been going around. I first heard about this when Arnold Schwarzenegger was governor. So we're talking 20 years now that this has been active, and it's been an international push. They've been pushing this in Europe. They've been pushing it all over, like she showed the diagrams of the state or of the whole country. And I personally labeled it track them and tax them because they're simple. It was a very simple system. You have a GPS unit. You track everybody every time they fire up their car and see where they drove, what they're driving, when they're driving, then send them a bill based on all of this. To me, that's downright creepy and actually just flat out Orwellian. And so, of course, they're trying to play that part down and push some other things, but you're creating a huge opportunity for potential abuse. They're going to pull in all of this information, and then we're supposed to trust that somebody's going to very responsibly deal with this stuff. They're going to eliminate it in a reasonable balance and stuff. And anyway, you know, I look at the world we're living in right now where communist China is busy with their ubiquitous surveillance, their social credit system to form a compliance system. And so at this point, I just say we should stick with our gas tax and start a parallel system to deal with the other problems, because obviously there's other concerns. But right now we got something that works, and if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Thanks.
Thank you, Rick. And I might say that we're not voting on any kind of presentation today. We're just accepting the presentation. And I appreciate the amount of time that you've spent with us this morning and this afternoon, Rick, just waiting for this. All right, Madam Clerk, is there any other?
No public comment
public
online or by email.
Okay, then with that, I will close public comment. And I believe we do need a motion just to accept the presentation.
So moved.
Motion, Supervisor Hall.
Second.
Second, Supervisor Bullock. Madam Clerk.
You can do a voice vote if you'd rather.
Oh, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Thank
Thank you,
you so
Laura.
much.
Thank you so much. And we will stay here while Trish gives us a really quick presentation on our capital improvement plan. I don't mean to rush you there.
That's
I'm sorry.
okay. No, thank you, Chair Schofield and Supervisors. So again, Tricia Tillotson, your Community Development Agency Director, and I have with me Pat Perkins, our Principal Civil Engineer. We'll go to the next slide here. The purpose of this presentation is to discuss our funding sources, discuss upcoming maintenance and capital improvement projects, and answer any questions that you or the public might have. We are recommending that approval of the capital improvement plan. And this is necessary for many reasons, including getting some of the funding from the state and federal government in order to do the projects that we'll go over here. Pat.
Thank you, Tricia. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for your time today, and we will try to move through this relatively quickly. I did want to go over some of our funding sources just to start off. As we've been talking about here today, gas tax really is our major funding source. Some of our other major funding sources that we have for our CIP project is funds that we get from the federal government. Typically, those funds are sent from the federal government to Caltrans and then from Caltrans down to us. Those go to usually specific projects, whether they're safety projects or bridge projects, things of that nature. Additionally, we get a lot of our funding from SB1, which is Senate Bill 1, or sometimes it's called RMRA, the Road Maintenance and Rehabilitation Act. Those are our primary funding sources. Our funding sources are really broken up into two distinct parts, if you will. Restricted funds, as shown on the left part of the pie chart here, are restricted. Those are typically, as I mentioned, funds that we get from Caltrans where it's specific to a bridge, to a guardrail project, to road surfacing of a specific type, high friction surfacing, things like that. Discretionary funds make up the other portion over on the other side. And those have various funding sources, whether it's the HUDA funds, which is basically gas tax, state exchange funds, general fund, and then we have several other smaller miscellaneous funds. For 23-24, we do anticipate bringing in roughly $18 million for funding. The road funding that we have, as you can see by looking at the chart here, over the last 10 years and then projecting out an additional 5 years, gas tax has stayed relatively stable over the past multiple years. The amount of money that we are putting in from the county for the general fund has also stayed relatively consistent. Other funds have varied a little bit, but really the big thing to take away from this is the purple lines that you're seeing here, where it's continuing to increase year after year. That is really due to the SB1 funds, and quite honestly, without those funds, our roads would not be near in as good a shape as they are right now. We're getting roughly $3 to $3.5 million a year right now coming in on the SB1 funds. Several years ago, as we were working through our funding, our road balance had dropped down to virtually zero. Over the last 4 years, we've been able to get that back up to about $4 million, which is really a good thing for us. This minimum road balance really helps us out when we're working with large projects. For instance, next year we're anticipating putting together or going out to construction with 3 major bridge projects all at the same time. This minimum fund balance will allow us to basically cash flow the project. So as we're building the projects, we're going to pay the contractors, submit our invoices to the state then reimburses us. So this cash flow is very important to us as far as getting projects done. Additionally, the cash flow for emergencies that we seem to be having more and more frequently, whether it's flooding, fires, storm damage, things like that, this fund balance really helps us and keeps us going.
I might add tied to the last presentation, although our gas tax funds are remaining relatively stable and you might even see a slight increase at the same time, keep in mind that the dollar of the power, or the power of the dollar, is decreasing. So we still see issues in the future. 5 years we're okay. After that, we don't know, especially with more and more electric vehicles.
The next slide that we have for you is showing our direct road maintenance expenditures, and you can see how the expenditures had really dropped off around 16, 17, and then as the SB1 funds started coming in, we're spending more and more money on road maintenance projects. The biggest expenditure that we're anticipating right now is going to be next year, which is the 23-24, and then we do anticipate it dropping off slightly, but we are spending as much as we can right now on the road maintenance. We've talked a little bit about where we're getting the money, so now what I'd like to do is talk about how we're proposing to spend it. For 23-24, our road expenditures are anticipated to be right around $16.5 million. The lion's share of that, shown on this pie chart, are really for road maintenance activities. The general expenditures are really the biggest part of that at just over $6 million, and that goes to things like ditch clearing, pothole fixing, brush clearing along the sides of the roads, general maintenance that we're doing on the roadway. Additionally, another big part of that is our road preservation projects. So those are our major overlays, chip seals, things like that. Vegetation control is also in that particular section at roughly $2 million a year. Looking at the upper right-hand portion of the pie chart are our capital projects. Right now, we are anticipating that in spring of 24, we'll be starting to spend a significant amount of money on bridges, so just under $3 million. We also have some safety projects that we'll be spending on. Those are striping projects for this next year for 23-24. Some of our upcoming road maintenance projects tend to deal with the enhanced vegetation. As I mentioned, we're doing a lot of shoulder maintenance, brush clearing, ditch clearing. Snow removal is also a big part of that, especially this last year. Traditional pavement maintenance are just some of our upcoming maintenance activities. This is a chart that I tend to show almost every year when we bring this in. This chart shows our overall pavement condition index, and while roads aren't always the funnest thing to talk about, it's one of the largest assets that the county has. And as this chart is showing from 1998 through 23, you can see how the road pavement condition index, it goes up and down a little bit. But what I really want to show here is that from 17, 18, 19, and 20, you're starting to see a decline. And right now we're losing about 1 index point every year based on the road work that we're doing. And then all of a sudden in 21, where I've got the blue line, it looks like it jumps up all of a sudden, which you would think, gosh, that's really great. But what happened was we ended up changing, or the state changed the way that they rate the roads. So we didn't have necessarily a bump in the quality of the roads, but what we had was a change in the format for the way we're showing it. So what we should really take away from this is right now we're losing about a point every year in our roads. And we're trying to maintain a board goal of 62. Currently on the new system, we're right about 64. In order for us to stay level, if you will, and keep our pavement condition index the same, we would have to put in at least another $1 million a year. Thank you. Some of our capital expenditures that we've got going, as we showed on the last chart, bridges are coming in right around $2.9 million. We do have some of the development fee projects, which are smaller safety projects at roughly $150,000. I mentioned that we did have a safety project going on this year, which will be a striping project, and I did want to highlight that we're doing a little bit of an experiment, if you will, this year. So while we're only doing some thermoplastic, we're also trying new paint called MMA paint, and we're predominantly going to be trying that up at the higher elevations. The thought is if we can get that paint to stay for at least the season, it's going to be money well spent. right now, it seems like no matter what kind of paint, whether it's thermoplastic, regular paint, when we're putting it on the roads, particularly when you get up to Donner Pass Road and roads like that, the snow plows, the chains, the tires, it's just, the paint gets obliterated awfully fast. So we're doing a bit of an experiment this year with MMA paints. Hopefully that's going to go well. Our other largest capital expenditures right now is the transfer station. As everybody knows, that's just getting rolling, and construction is going to start on that imminently. We also have a bus wash or vehicle wash project planned for out at the new courtyard, as well as a vehicle charging system. Looking ahead for the next 5 years, what we're anticipating are a variety of projects, some similar, but the big things that I'm taking away from this, or what we're projecting out, is going to have 7 different bridge projects going. As I mentioned, we'll have at least, or we anticipate having 3 going in 2024, and then we've got another 4 bridges coming directly thereafter. Typically, each year we're doing some sort of safety project, whether it's a high friction surface, we're working on a curve widening, striping, sight distance, things like that. Some of our other projects, as you can see here, are the Rough and Ready intersection, Rough and Ready Highway intersection at Adams and Ridge Road. Mentioned that we've got the bus wash or vehicle wash system going on out at the courtyard, as well as a bus charging system. The bus charging system, it's listed there as fast, slow charger. That will be broken up into 2 parts or 2 phases. We hope to have one constructed this year out at the courtyard. That'll allow us to charge our new electric buses that are coming in. Second part of that is going to be work out at Tinloy, and that'll be a second phase. We have our Rural 20A project that's just getting rolling, which is a undergrounding of utilities, power predominantly. And then each year, we're also going to be working on our road rehabilitation projects, and that'll vary from district to district. Sometimes it'll be an overlay. This coming year, we're going to be spending a lot of time out on Dog Bar Road. Next year, I'd have to go back and double check, but it'll probably spread out a little bit more as far as chip seals, slurry seals, micro seals, things of that nature. Tried to go fast. So, at this point, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Good job, Patrick. Heidi, we start with you? No question? Sue?
No questions, but thank you for taking the time. We went through this thoroughly in individual meetings, and you really went through and discussed it, so really appreciate that time that was spent.
Lisa? Just one quick question. This past year, how much of an impact has the storms, and what has that done to the roads? I mean, it's pretty obvious we've got more potholes. They're probably on private roads.
Definitely an impact, absolutely. The major impact that we've had right now is really with overtime and time that the county crews have spent, and the wear and tear on the equipment was really the big push this year. We didn't have the damage that we had in the past as far as, roads washing out and things like that. Just it didn't occur that way. But really it was labor, equipment, things like that. We are working forward right now with trying to get several contracts out for vegetation removal. We'll be coming back to the board next week with a amendment to one of our contracts to get out there and start clearing up a lot of the debris and the brush that the storms have left. So we anticipate that really being a push. I think we're going to be able to cover a lot of that with grant funding, so I don't think it's going to hit us directly. So we're going as fast as we can to get as much money as we can from as many people as we can to get that done. So.
When you say we're short $1 million a year, basically, when you start adding overtimes and equipment and maintenance, so it just increases that number too. So
correct, it does.
Yeah, greatly appreciated. And lots of work being done down in District 2, and that's appreciated too.
One item I did want to mention as far as funding goes is that I did a quick check, and since roughly 6 years ago up till now, the engineering division has had the ability to bring in just under $55 million in grant funding, and I was going too fast, so I skipped over that. But in addition to getting federal funds, state funds, our grant funds that we're getting is really a big boon to the roads, and being able to get that money from the federal government, state government, and bring it back into Nevada County is really a benefit to the people here.
Very impressive. Thank you. All right. With that, is there any public comment? Al, you got a comment on this?
Yeah, Al Bulford, 11482 Ridge Road. What if you change the color of the roads?
Question.
Because sorry.
That's all right.
If you change the color of the road, that would be the light coming from the sun would not break down the binder in the asphalt and causing the asphalt to come apart. If you know, we still have a lot of Roman roads left. The Romans did not use asphalt. And I think it's very viable to change the color of the road. And also, it lessens the heat island effect in our towns and cities. Also, I think we need to maybe build less roads in a lot of our areas. You know, use more gravel or impacted gravel and that. And of course, like I've said before, rail. But anyway, I think changing the color of the roads to concrete instead of all asphalt would lessen the binder being broken down by the light from the sunlight.
Very good question, Patrick.
Thank you.
Thank you, Al. You want to answer that? Sure, you bet.
It's not something that I've looked into traditionally. Typically, the oil that we're getting is, I believe, what he's speaking to as far as the binder breaking down the roads. You can have colored asphalt. You can either put color on the top or you can actually mix it in, so that's something that could be done. It's something I'm more than happy to look into. I would say that of the 560 miles that we do maintain, over 40% or right at 40% are gravel roads. So we do have quite a bit of gravel roads, so we're really balancing between paved and gravel for the most part.
I think we noticed a color going in on 174, and I think
yes,
maybe 20, and maybe just painted or overlaid.
They could have either added in or could have been color added at the very end. I'm not exactly sure how they did.
Okay, thank you. All right, with that, I will close the public comment portion, assuming there's nobody online. No?
So no callers or emails, Chair.
Very good, and I would entertain a motion.
So moved.
Was that Lisa?
Lisa, yeah, and Susan Hook, her.
Oh,
District
motion.
4. I guess I know, you actually know. who I am,
Motion,
huh?
Supervisor Hook. Second?
Lisa did
Lisa.
first, I did second.
All right.
That's okay, either way.
Madam
It's
Clerk, motion, Supervisor Swarthout. Second, Supervisor Hook. You probably got it originally.
No, thank you, Chair. So you ready
Roll call.
for a
Yes.
roll call? District 4.
District 4, yes.
District 3.
Yes.
District 1.
Yes.
District 5.
Yes.
And District 2.
Yes. Okay, and with that, we are going to go into closed session, and I'm just going to say we won't do announcements today. We've got another meeting next week, so we'll hold those off. And so we'll go into closed session, and then when we come out, we'll simply adjourn. If we need Kit to read a statement.
Thank you, Chair Schofield. So as according to the agenda items, so pursuant to Government Code 54956.8, the Board of Supervisors desires to hold a closed session regarding the public utility easement agreement negotiations, and that's as listed in the agenda. Also, a second item is pursuant to Government Code 54956.9D2. County Council is requesting a closed session with the Board of Supervisors to discuss two matters in which there are significant threats of litigation against the county. Thank you. And then just a reminder, after our lunch, Chair Schofield will need to return for a report out. Okay. Yes, on item SR 230919, authority was given for negotiation, and on SR 231411, information was received.
Very good. And with that, this meeting is adjourned until the 25th of this month for our next regular meeting.